Okay. You think that's better? Is it coming better? Is it better now? Did it start back up? We started back up. Does it look like we're started back up? We started back up. Does it sound better? Does, it sounds okay? Does it sound okay? Is that right? All right. So, isn't this some lovely drone video? Still not working? So, isn't it? Hi, everybody. And welcome to your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. And welcome back. I hope everybody is doing good and that it's not too smoky where you are. Because, or maybe that it's extra smoky where you are. The good kind. It's the air quality here is quite not good. It's better today than it was yesterday, but it's still not good. And I can't imagine how horrible it is in California, but it looks like you can cut it with a knife, which is not good. Oh, wait a minute, what's happening? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I have videos for you. You guys want to see videos? I have videos for you. Well, I have numerous videos, but like I said, I had to go to the dentist today, and I have a little headache. So, and I don't seem to be able to get it to go away just yet. But, you know what might help is we'll do a big fat dab, right? We'll do a big fat dab. We'll get things going, have a big fat fresh tank of gas. How come I look all blurry? Do I look all blurry to you guys? I look all blurry now. What's happening? Now I'm frozen. Did it crash? No? Did it crash? Are we dead? Are we still streaming? Oh, are we still streaming? Hey, is that me? Everybody wave. All right. And isn't that a lovely neighborhood right there? Now imagine it all on fire. Ah. Because that's the way it is in a lot of places around. See that little thing down there? It looks like there's a little fish down there or something. Not a little fish. Look at a pretty big fish. If I can see it from the sky. Oh, baby. Oh, and then we got that stuff going on, in case anybody's wondering. But I really like that drone footage. Which one was that? That was number 5, I think. Yeah, I really like that one. I'm not sure where this is at. It looks familiar, but I'm not sure where it's at. So, and it's a call-in show, although it doesn't have the telephone number up on the screen for some strange reason. Let me see if I can fix that. Boom. Hey! I am getting so good at this! Alright, so the telephone number, which is all squooched in, is 805-669-6397. Let's see if I can scooch it out. Let's see how good at this I'm getting. Here we go. Nope, can't do it. But the telephone number is 805-669-6397 if anyone wants to call. Otherwise, I have numerous videos I can play for you, including a driving while black video, a Department of Homeland Security whistleblower. I have Pootie Tang. No. What's that say? Oh, protester prosecution. And Iraq troop withdrawals. Just in time for the election. Who could have ever thought, right? No one could have ever guessed that there would be drawing down troops right before the election. Could you have ever guessed that? I never, ever would have guessed that might happen. I mean, does it sicken any of you to see our soldiers? We're supposed to be the best of the best. The people Donald Trump cares about so much, used as pawns like this. Oh, it's the election coming up. We got to draw down the troops in Iraq. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And it shows you just how important the U.S. presence in Iraq really is. That we can draw down anytime. Anytime. But it's election, so let's do it now. And it's disgusting, and that is so disgusting that we spend trillions of dollars, that we put our sons and daughters, our mothers and fathers into harm's way, our brothers and sisters into harm's way, for no reason except for to make rich people more rich. Because there's obviously, if they can pull them out as an election ploy, there is no reason for us to be there. It is disgusting. And the Pentagon, again, it needs to just be, evacuated, just like a big shit. Like if underneath the Pentagon there was like a giant, cesspool, and it could just like hit a like a flush thing on the side of, a flush handle on the side of the Pentagon, and just like everything in there just flush down into the fucking cesspool where it belongs, so that the American people can once again be free and move forward. And DHS, you need to go too into that same cesspool, right along with the DEA, and apparently the FBI, and apparently the TSA. Because it's all garbage. All the pillars of our community are completely full of shit, as I've explained to you again and again and again. So, in case anybody's wondering, that's where I'm coming from. As always, this isn't something new. This isn't something, with the protest. You understand? This is where the Mox News has always come from. You understand? For how long have I told you guys that I am the stick? I am the stick. I've told you this again and again. And you have to believe that I have some idea of what I'm doing. Look how pretty this place is, right? I mean, doesn't that look like a nice place to live? Now just imagine all those trees on fire. Oh, I just hate it. These fires are horrible. I feel so bad for the people who actually have to go through them. It looks terrifying. my friend Sam, who drove me to the dentist today because he's the greatest guy. His sister wants him to drive down to Los Angeles, where his mother lives. His sister and his mother live. And it was, and not necessarily Los Angeles. It's like Ventura, but he said it was 120 degrees there yesterday, which I never heard of anything like that in California. I mean, short of Death Valley. You know, I mean, I grew up. I didn't grow up. I was born in Fresno. What happened now? I don't know what's happening. Okay, so let's see. But we're working on it. What's that? All right. So, and Craig's trying to figure. I know you guys enjoyed it. I gotta say thanks to Craig for doing guest hosting on the show. He really enjoyed talking with you guys. I know he's always enjoyed that. And I'm working really hard to get him to put a camera on the screen so that he can guest host with me. But I think he's reluctant to do that at the moment for some reason. Hello, caller.
Hey, I'm sorry about that, Mike. It's just my magnetic personality shuts down your fucking live stream every time I call like that. Because I'm red as fuck. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Better. It was 117 here about 3-4 days ago, and then it cooled down to about 102. Today it was about 95, so it feels like a vacation.
Yeah, that's pretty. 117, dude. That's insanity. I can't imagine. I wouldn't be able to breathe. It's all smoky too, right?
No. Thank God the closest fires are north of me, Santa Cruz, and southeast of me to San Bernardino. So I see a little bit of orange haze in the sky far away, but we already burned all our underbrush here 2 years ago, so nothing, and there's nobody setting fires around here, so it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool for other people to get a taste of what I'm used to. You know, I mean, I don't want them to, but I'm glad it wasn't that hot. With the fire going on, it would have been hell. It would have been hell.
It looks really horrific, man.
Yeah, it's fucked. I think 2 million acres already burned or something. I don't know. The end of the world. It's always the end of the world. Every week, something new. Next week it'd be reptilians. This week it's fires and.
No, the terrorists are about due to show up any day.
They're here, man. They're COVID-19 terrorists. People like me that walk around with no mask on and make fun of people. I'm a terrorist. I blocked off Facebook. They fucking me every way, man. So, you took some time off and you took care of your garden, huh?
Yeah, well, I took some time off and took care of a few things. I got my medical marijuana script renewed, which was really important.
$100?
$125.
Oh, you guys are 100 or 25 more than us, but that's cool.
It was, yeah. It's, whatever it is, it's worth the money because I have to, it's just this added layer of protection that's really important.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they're arresting people for not wearing a mask, what do you think they're going to do to you if you don't have a fucking permit? You know?
I don't know, but what I know is that I'm too high profile to fuck around with shit like that.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
But, they don't care if you're a fucking beggar in the street. If you're smoking a joint in a place that is hard on weed, and you know you don't have a place to sleep, and you're homeless, and they'll bust you anyways and ship you off to jail and make you clean the streets because you took a hit of weed. You know, it's just crazy shit. Meanwhile, we bomb people in foreign countries because they speak the truth, stuff like that. Just same old shit on planet Earth.
Yeah, it's actually, it doesn't seem like the same old shit. It seems like, you know, the same old shit times a million.
Right on. I'm glad to hear you say that. That means you're awake, man. It's like that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, and yet still, the general public is having kind of a hard time waking up to it. It's like our government wouldn't lie to us. They have our best interests at heart. I got a letter in the mail that says I'm from the government and I'm here to help. It's like, dude, wake the fuck up, man. There's so many people that hate you because you trying to help them wake up from their illusions. So they hate you. It's like they don't want their illusions threatened. It's like, no, the government isn't your friend. No, shit on planet Earth isn't normal. It's not okay. This is all fucked up. You're agreeing with a satanic agenda. No, you're not a scholar. You're not an intellectual. You're not awake, and you're not okay. They don't want all that threatened by the truth, you know, which is, hey, man, look, these people over here are plotting with these people over here to fuck you in the ass forever. And it's like, you know, man, they wouldn't do that. My government loves me, you know. So,
Right.
yeah.
No, and it's not just when you say forever. To understand what that means is that they're not just fucking you in the ass. They're fucking your children in the ass, and your children's children in the ass, and your unborn children's children's children. So we understand what forever fucking you in the ass means.
Yeah, you know that Led Zeppelin song, Ramble On, where it goes, now's the time is now. That's how I feel about what's going on right now. It's like, man, now is the time to wake up, stand up, speak out, challenge authority. The time is now, you know, because if we don't do it now, I mean, they're pulling surfers out of the water in Australia and arresting them. No, that was Spain. But they do the same shit in Australia. It's really bad right now. Spain, it's really bad right now as far as medical tyranny, arresting people for, you know, the girl they arrested in Spain, they arrested her because she was supposed to be quarantining herself, and instead she went surfing.
Huh.
And they pulled her right out of the water. These people with these moon suits on, you know, they got these level 4 contamination suits on. And
it seems like it'd be pretty easy to social distance while you surf.
Yeah, but my point is, even the PCR tests are 80% inaccurate. So they're arresting her on the premises of a test that's 80% inaccurate. And it's like, you people better wake up. I mean, the authorities, the police, the medical people, the doctors, the people enforcing the medical pharmaceutical tyranny better wake the fuck up. Because if the test you're using is 80 to 90% inaccurate, that means you, the enforcers, are 80 to 90% inaccurate, and you might as well be slave traders, because you're dealing.
But that's what they want. I mean, that they must know these things already. You can't not know that. And then, you know, if you're dispensing medicine, so you know, I mean, these people are supposed to be scholarly. So when they dispense medicine, they read about what it is they're dispensing, right? You know.
No.
Yes, they do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's why they fucking get paid big money, because they know what they're doing.
Well,
it's not some kind of fucking guessing game.
For them, it's just, you know, Peter Piper, man. The Piper blows the tune, and in this case, the Piper is the World Health Organization, National Institute of Health, all the medical journals, all the Gates Foundation trust fund bullshit that pays all the medical journals, and then all the doctors are hypnotized by the bullshit in the medical journals. And if you speak out on TV, social media, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, about any of this, you get shut down, your YouTube channel gets shut down. In Australia, they've arrested people for making Facebook posts saying the exact same things I'm saying to you right now. They've arrested them. So, you know, in this case, what you always say is, oh, they're just indoctrinated and they're just, you know, they're just...
who's indoctrinated?
The doctors and the
No.
medical. So,
again, I just got done saying exactly the opposite of that. What I said was that they are supposed to be people of knowledge. So if they're dispensing medicine, then it is their job or duty as a medical advisor to understand what it is that they're doing. So if there is some evidence to what you're saying about about the medicine or whatever it was, your point was, then they should know these things.
yeah,
So
they should.
there isn't when it comes to medicine, there isn't some kind of a claim of ignorance. It's not okay. You can't make people. I mean, they can, and they get away with it every day. Make people sicker, and then make money off them until the day they die. But with if there was actual ethics involved,
Right.
that would be something unthought of. But all that matters, the only ethics that matter in modern medicine is making money. Again, making money off you until the day you die. It's as if their job is to find something wrong with you, or kind of push you the direction of something like, oh, well, you need this kind of pill or that kind of pill or whatever.
Well, we are in a place right now on planet Earth, which is globally connected by the internet. The whole planet is connected. We're in a place where politics, medical information, government authority, and your rights as a human being are all at this intersection. And the people that control the information, that would be Google and all the information, the internet technology companies, they control, they're bottlenecking all the information. Facebook won't allow posts, YouTube shuts channels down, Google, they eliminate a lot of the searches. You can't even search for something on Google. Wikipedia, the list goes on and on. So we're at a place where we're globally stuck. So these doctors literally do not know, most of them. And some of the ones that do know aren't brave enough to buck the system, and some of the ones that are standing up are getting hammered. All of the ones that are standing up are getting hammered. So it's, this is why it seems like the apocalypse. You got fires, you got pharmaceutical tyranny, where the pharmaceutical companies own both the Congress and the whole medical structure, the establishment. It's like, and then you got the military-industrial complex, which seems to have taken a back seat. I mean, not that they're still bombing Gaza, they're still bombing Syria, they're still doing all kinds of weird shit everywhere. But the threat to the population generally is from the medical establishment globally. And then all the intersection of all these different areas of human life on planet Earth, information, technology, medical, military-industrial, psychological, because this is a psychological operation. We're all being gaslighted. People are afraid. Everywhere they go, they're wearing masks. They're afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid. And so we're kind of in this place where it seems like the zombie apocalypse is happening. Add the fires in California and the West Coast to that. Fuck, man, it seems like the apocalypse. There's fire in the sky, Deep Purple on the radio.
We're talking fire and brimstone, fucking Old Testament shit here. Cats and dogs sleeping together.
I know, and the fucking preachers are talking about Jesus and Trump, and then you get all the conspiracy.
The end is nigh. The end is nigh.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna strip down naked in 117 degree weather with a fucking sign on the front and the back says, Jesus is coming, the end is near, repent. It's like, and the truth is, it's just a global clusterfuck of stupidity and corruption. that seems to be like a pimple that's about to pop. I mean, I forgot all about the social unrest, the Black Lives Matter and the Proud Boys and the people you don't fuck with. I forget the not fucking around crew down south in Tennessee. I mean, you get all those crazy motherfuckers together, you really do have a civil war brewing. But I'm glad to see sometimes people keep their cool. I've seen several of those opposing groups walk in the same 5 feet away from each other, armed to the teeth, and so far nothing extremely bad has happened. And you were gone during that whole Kyle, what's his fuck thing that happened in Kenosha, and that's still contentious amongst the pundits. So.
We talking about
No, Keithy Brinson, whoever you.
Blake.
Keithy Brinson,
what's his name? Jacob Blake.
No, Jacob Blake.
He's the one who got shot in the back.
Right, and then all the riots broke out. Yeah, right, in Kenosha. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's crippled forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so, I mean, you were tending your garden right as that, you've been gone for what, 8-9 days, I think, so.
It's a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's a little bit longer. I mean, Craig filled in for a few days, so it didn't seem quite as long. But yeah, I look with the election coming up and everything, it's going to get really crazy in the next 2 months. And I can't be all burnt out when that shit starts to fucking tip over. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna get fucking insane you think it's fucking crazy now? You think the world is on fire now? You wait until November 5th. You wait till November 5th, and you will see a motherfucking fire like you have not ever seen before. Some shit is gonna go down, and I need to be fucking well rested in order to be able to fucking deal with it and all the craziness that's gonna go along with it.
Oh yeah, I believe you, man. It's like everybody can already see the Democrats are lining up, planning out how they're gonna fuck shit up when Trump wins. They've already come out.
Well, it's not just the Democrats. Trump is trying to figure out, how to fucking stay in the White House after he loses. You can see that clearly. He's been setting up for months saying that if he doesn't win, then the election's rigged. He's been saying those exact words, like he's not going to accept the election results. I mean, that's even been a question that numerous journalists have asked him. Are you ready to accept the election results? And he said, we'll see. As if, maybe not. Like, that's an option.
But the point is, he's been through 4 years of fake news, people trying to...
We've all been through 20 years of fake news, if not more. I keep pointing out this reefer madness thing that's been going on for generations. And anybody with a fucking encyclopedia knows that cannabis has medicinal qualities and that they've all been full of shit. And yet that's what they just been the toe of the line for fucking how many generations now with the news and the medical industry, so...
Well, I think Trump has every right to try to stop the pending corruption of the election process. I think he went a little far with the USPS removing some of the machines and stuff. And I do not want everybody to mail in their fucking votes. And what's his name? Gasman had a good fucking point up there. That's why they've been holding off on this rescue checks, the stimulus checks to the population, is to get us all worked up and blame it on Trump, But they're back now. The Congress is back now, I think. And they should be pumping out that money, the $1,200 relief checks right now, but they won't. Another 3 weeks will go by before anything happens because they just want to make Trump look bad. And I'm not a Trump supporter, but I think Trump is correct that they're going to try to fuck up the election any way they can. Look at their track record. I mean, they got a guy that can't...
I don't trust the Democrats. The Democrats are fucking... Look, the Democrats and Joe Biden and Donald Trump, if that's the election outcome, we get the same thing. No matter what, if it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden in the White House, the outcome of what happens from those people occupying the White House is the same fucking thing. Endless war forever.
Yeah, and I'm talking to a lot of people that think the UAE deal with Israel is like some kind of peace plan, and Donald Trump is going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, and it's like, what a fucking scam. It's like, you got to be a moron to think that, man. It's just one more Middle Eastern country capitulating to Israel, and everyone in the Middle East knows.
Well, they got an F-35 jets, dude. They get an
Right,
F-35 fighter jets.
out of it, right.
That gives them. That's supposed to give them some pretty big, air superiority in the region. Like Israel is gonna drop out of the deal if they fucking sell them those things. So, and that's the whole point of Trump being making a deal with them is say, yeah, hey, you guys want some of these? I'll be happy to sell you those because he loves selling shit.
People kind of forget that, like 3 years ago, basically Saudi Arabia had fucking surrounded the United Arab Emirates and they were shut down their economy for a short period of time in their commerce because of something, I can't remember what it was. And now this guy, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's supposed to be the smartest, most powerful guy in the Middle East, with bin Salman and Netanyahu, running neck and neck. This guy sold out Palestine to get F-35s or F-15s or whatever they are, and threw Palestine under the bus, and we'll see what happens. It's just another chess move. It's six-dimensional chess. They're playing it all over the planet, and it's not a peace deal, and Trump shouldn't get shit out of it. He didn't make a peace deal. He made a fucking money deal for American corporations in the military-industrial complex. But that's kind of...
Right. That's what I'm saying, too. That's what I see, too, also.
Yeah. That's kind of a side issue to my main issue, which is the COVID-19 thing. It's like, I want people to stand up, take your fucking mask off, listen to people who know, protect yourself, take your vitamins and, but don't surrender all your rights, because the New World Order has reared its fucking ugly head in the form of COVID-19. Fuck COVID-19 and fuck the New World Order. Poke that fucking eye in the pyramid with your finger, man. Oh, right in the eye. Oh, got you. Got you, motherfucker. Turn that pyramid upside down and say, fuck you. Stand up. They're arresting people all over the place in Australia. Spain is going crazy. It's like, even in my town, everywhere I look, I just can't believe everybody's wearing a mask. Walking down the street wearing a mask. Driving in your car wearing a mask. Fucking as soon as I'm halfway out the grocery store door, I'm ripping my fucking mask out.
Yeah. As soon as I get out the grocery store door, I pull that shit off, man.
I don't even wait. As soon as I paid for my shit, I rip my mask off. And, I'm brave, man. I walked a fucking 50 feet to the front door. I'm brave, It's like, I haven't done shit yet as far as protests, but I'm thinking about it. It's like, you want to fucking arrest me, you might have to. I might have to make some fucking waves in my own fucking town, make some enemies. Because these people are Karens. They're self-enforcing robots that want you to be afraid, and if you're not wearing a mask, you're risking my life, and I know all about it. You don't know shit about it. You don't even know the name of the fucking virus. Fuck. So, it's just like, it's now or never, Now's the time. The time is now. I'm just, ramble on. Led Zeppelin. So, I don't know.
I've been saying now is the only time. I've been saying that for quite some time. You have it's like this is the most important thing that you can do for your awareness is to come into this moment. This moment is all that really exists. Everything else is just a chemical reaction in your brain. The future, which people fantasize about endlessly, constantly, tomorrow, the next whatever, tonight, when I get this, when I get that, the never-ending fantasy of tomorrow is just a chemical reaction in your brain. There isn't anything real there. The past, the memories that you have of your birthday, of how did this fucker do that to me at work, whatever it is, that's not actually happening either. That's just a chemical reaction in your brain, and you're not adding anything to your life by experiencing that. And most people shift back and forth, future, past, without even realizing that's what they do. And the entire time missing out on this moment, which is all that actually exists, which is the only time you can actually experience something, in reality.
Yeah, I'm fairly good at observing myself shift back and forth between horrible thoughts of the past and fucking whatever I want to do in the future, But the thing I don't like is people squishing my dreams. It's like, I got plans, don't get in my fucking way. I don't care how neurotic you are, or sick you are, or satanic you are. I don't care if you're a cop, a judge, or some dumb fucking hippie, or a hillbilly. I don't care. Don't get in the way of me walking towards my future. But, they say a philosopher is one who can analyze his delusions. Maybe that's true. We're all delusional, but if you have the ability to analyze your delusions, maybe you're one step ahead of the game. So,
it just makes me giggle to do that, though.
To analyze your delusions?
Yeah, it just makes me laugh. That's probably...
That's a pretty good place to be coming from.
Yeah. Like I said, when I look in the mirror, that's generally one of two reactions. Either I laugh or I say, "Damn, you're a sexy bastard." And again, putting a smile on my face and making me laugh on the inside, if not outside.
Yeah, if you got a pretty positive attitude about yourself, generally, you're going to have a pretty positive attitude about life, So, people who laugh to themselves, like I'm one of these guys, I'll be sitting alone and I'll think of a joke in my head and start laughing, and then somebody's looking at me and they think I'm crazy, but I'm actually enjoying my thought processes. So, yeah, life is okay despite how mind-controlled the population is right now. I don't see anything from Kenosha up there, so Kenosha must have calmed down a little bit. Something going on in L.A. Got white hats in L.A.
Yeah, L.A.'s looking weird, man. They had Constantine wire out the other night.
Constantine?
Yeah, it's like a round barrel-shaped wire that has like little razors on it.
Oh, yeah, that stuff will cut you up. Yeah, I've seen trucks deploy that stuff. They drive along and they can create a fucking barbed wire fence.
Yeah.
Just like a mile long in a couple of minutes,
I was pretty surprised to see that. That I hadn't seen so far in the protest until a couple nights ago.
Yeah, what's it been, like 4 or 5 months already since George Floyd, right? Since all this stuff started?
Yeah, it's been about 110 days, so almost 4 months.
So it doesn't seem like the police have really learned much, and the police state doesn't really show too much signs of changing. So despite the fact that there have been some riots, some looting, and some burning, the issue still remains valid that, hey, we want police change in the United States of America, right, and the world at large.
And honestly, it's good that the police state hasn't changed yet. Okay, and I'll tell you why, and that's because it shows how big a problem it is that we're dealing with.
Right.
They won't even admit that there's the slightest problem. They say the protests are the problem, which means your rights are the problem. You having the right to assemble in the streets with your fellow citizens is the problem in their eyes. So, and that's, they might as well be policing in Iraq or, somewhere else because that's not they're supposed to be there to protect those rights for you to assemble, and instead they corral us and act like we don't have the right to walk down the street where we want to go.
Yeah, so these are valid protests because the police state refuses to budge, except in just a couple of isolated places like Seattle and maybe a little in Portland. But of the Western countries, the militarized police is worst right now in Australia. They are literally taking people out of their homes, taking them off of the streets, and you need papers to walk the streets in big cities in Australia. You got to have your papers. So, and this is a result of COVID-19. So there's a direct correlation between the police state and COVID-19 worldwide right now, and that's a very big problem. That's a big problem for me,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very upset about any time the police state and the for-profit medical industrial complex work together hand in hand, and it should bother anyone, Medicine and the government, not so much the government, but I'm telling you, I mean, all they have to do is announce, martial law, and then they lock down the streets and everybody gets vaccinated.
Yeah, and the COVID-19 scam, and it is a scam. It's a political, social scam. Is directly linked to the Patriot Act and the everything that happened after 9/11, where they created all of these organizations to fight terrorism. Now the terrorist is invisible, and he's threatening all of us, and we have to change our behavior.
Now the terrorist is all of you. The terrorist is you. The look, and that's what you're saying about people getting arrested and stuff for not wearing masks and shit and going out. That's because they're the new terrorists. They're, it's it's not that they're new. Because again, I pointed this out again and again. During Occupy in 2011, Barack Obama, with his Department of Homeland Security, declared Occupy protesters as a potential terrorist threat. And then they dealt with them as such. And the reason that they could do that is because all of you are a potential terrorist threat. That's basically what the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization says. It says this is a battlefield and you're all potential enemy combatants. And that's why we have to spy on your 12-year-old daughter. Every picture she takes with her cell phone, whether she sends it to someone or not, goes into a file with her name on it at the NSA. And most likely the CIA and the FBI. And there's a good chance local police too.
Yeah. And the media enters into all that because the media is like the big spoon sticking in the pot, stirring everything up, creating division amongst the masses. It's like, you black people got to fight the white people, and you white people have to fight the black people, and you got to fight these people, and you're all infected with the disease, and you're tearing down my America, and it's like you get the military and the communications, the media and the government and the medical shit all tied together. It's like God. It's like the clusterfuck from hell. You got a big sign that says, "Step away from the shit." Step away from the shit. That's the only way you're gonna stay fucking sane. It's like they got 97 different psyops going at the same time, and we're supposed to fight our neighbors, and we're supposed to listen to the government, and we're supposed to go get an injection and believe everything that Barack Obama says, and believe everything Donald Trump says, and believe the media above all. Don't question the media. And it's like, man, anybody who doesn't know that the kind of what's going on is literally a power play for planet Earth called the New World Order. You can call it anything you want. I don't even care if you call it the fucking Illuminati, but I never will. But you just don't call it a reptilian invasion. So, but it's fucked, and it's not funny. But it's ludicrous. You know, there's so many people suffering. We haven't even seen the damage done by this yet. You know, people need help. They need another relief package. You've got people that are being evicted, and people that in America that can't. You know, they got to live in their cars, and if they don't have cars, they got to live on the streets. You know, they got.
There's people getting $1 million fucking hospital bills for this fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, and hospitals getting paid $39,000 for every person they put on an intubator, a ventilator, and I don't even know, $7,000 if they change the death certificate, and all kinds of other monetary incentives to corrupt the medical establishment. And you got a senator right now who's also a doctor, and I wish I could remember the state he's in. He got his license pulled for speaking the truth on his YouTube channel. He's a sitting senator in the United States Senate, and he's also, you know, like a Ron Paul, like a country doctor, and he's got a YouTube channel, and he's just speaking the truth. And he literally quoted Center for Disease Control statistics, and they pulled his medical license for quoting Center for Disease Control statistics. It's so fucked. It's like the inmates are running the insane asylum now. You know, it's like everybody thinks they know. You know, step away from the shit. You know, it's so fucked up. That's what I thought you were doing this whole time. It's like, oh, Mike just, you know, he's got to pull away from the fucking media because he needs to go in his garden and fucking mellow out and take care of real shit, you know, and get regrounded. I mean, that's what I do every day. Thank God for marijuana gardens, but I've never seen it like this, you know. Imagine trying to explain this to your parents who were not your parent, but regular old American parents who think, you know, God bless America, apple pie, you know, hot dogs and baseball. You try to explain this shit to older people who've been living in illusion their whole life. Yeah. Those people are going to die from shock if they learn the truth.
You try and explain 9/11 to them, dude. It's like, you know, it's like you're going to make them cry almost.
Yeah. It made me cry. It made me cry when I first found out about it. I couldn't believe it. I was about 4 or 5 years too late. I didn't find out about it till 2005. I couldn't believe it. So imagine what it will do to somebody without the ability to raise their spirit up, stand up, and fight back forever. Because it's an eternal fight. We're not going to win this week or next year. We might win, you know. I don't know how we're going to win, but all I know is we got to keep fighting, you know. And we can't choose sides. Can't be left and we can't be right. We can't be Democrat. We can't be Republican. We got to just move ahead with truth itself on every issue, you know. So you know, Trump's protecting his base, and the Democrats want to fucking tear down the country in order to get that guy out of there. And it's like, okay, that's the easy part of the equation. The hard part is medical, industrial, and the media, and what's really happening overseas, and, you know, and what do I do about it? That's the hard part. What do I do about it? You know, I know what I got to do. I got to keep talking, keep fighting, keep making waves, keep researching, keep finding out what's the truth about this situation or that situation. And the psychological impact on Americans is astounding, especially kids. Imagine being a 7-year-old kid. You got to sit 10 feet away from each other. You got to wear a mask. Your mom and dad are all freaked out because they ain't got no money, and you know something's wrong, and there's some disease, you know. It's like, imagine the trauma put on the kids whose moms and dads don't have the psychological strength to empower their children during this formative times of their childhood.
There's that Constantine wire right there in the center bottom screen. If anybody's
I never
wondering.
knew it was called that, but I know what it's like. I think they can just re-roll it up really quick, right? It just
Yeah,
sounds like
I might be pronouncing it wrong. Yeah, they can drop it out pretty fast, and they can pick it up pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean that's hard to get past, man, because it's 1-inch razor wire basically. So
yeah, you're gonna get stuck in that if you get it anywhere close to it.
So yeah, Michael, welcome back. I love you. I'm glad to see you again, and I'm worried for the people, but at the same time, I'm up for a good fight, just like you are. You know, it's like what choice you got: forward or die, right? Isn't that your motto?
March or die.
Yeah, march or die. So that's what we got to do. You know.
Yeah, it's gonna get crazy up in here, real fucking fast. But we'll be here, and we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll have a good, lengthy discussion about what's happening, and hopefully, we can actually begin to steer something in a nice direction. And it's a concertina wire. Concertina wire.
I wonder why they call it that. I wonder what that means. Tina. Huh. But yeah, that's I guess they don't want us going somewhere. That's why they put it up. You guys can't come past here, It's like so yeah. I mean, the world got a little bit crazier, but I think maybe on my Twitter account it might say something. I established that a long time ago. It might say something like, when the world is completely insane, your number one duty is to keep yourself sane. So
when the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around.
Yeah, there's still, despite the fires and the madness and the corruption and the pending doom, it's a beautiful planet. So I'm going to go grab some weed and take a couple hits, but I'm glad to talk to you again, and welcome back, Mike.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. I was going to ask you something, but I forgot what it was, so I'll get to you tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. Let's see. And Craig said I can only let people talk for 10 minutes on the phone, so he went over his limit a little bit. But we'll see about the next caller, if they even make it to 10 minutes. Let's kind of average them out. I need to smoke some weed. Dun 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 dun. So I have a video about a 13-year-old boy with autism that was shot by Salt Lake City police. And I thought that you guys would want to know about that if you didn't see it already. So I am going to play that video for you now while I warm up this bong. So excuse me while I whip this out.
I'm going to tell you now, this is a tough story to watch. A mom in Salt Lake City says that her 13-year-old son, who she says has Asperger's, was shot by police when he was having what she says was a mental episode. Golda Barton admits that she called the authorities for help. She says that her son was having a hard time coping with her going back to work for the first time in nearly a year.
I said, look, he's unarmed. He doesn't have anything. He just gets mad and he starts yelling and screaming. And he's a kid. He's trying to get attention. He doesn't know how to regulate. And I hear, get down on the ground. Get down on the ground. Get on the ground. Bam, 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 bam.
Barton says her son has nerve damage and injuries to his intestines and other organs because of the shooting. Well, police say the boy was making threats to people with a weapon, but it's not clear if he had one. A spokesperson with the police says that they are investigating what the officers perceived as a threat. And the mayor of Salt Lake City says the incident's a tragedy. She expects the investigation to be swift and transparent, and another police department is handling this investigation. A follow-up to a story now of an African-American man who ended up being stopped by officers in Florida because they told him that he matched a suspect description, but he ended up getting a job offer from the sheriff's department. This is how it started for 28-year-old Joseph Griffin.
There is a burglary that happened. You kind of fit the description. Let me just make sure that you're not him, okay? All right.
So he ended up being detained, but then not arrested. Unfortunately, though, you've seen cases where kinds of situation didn't end very well. Griffin says his particular situation was upsetting, but that the officers involved did an excellent job overall.
Initially, what was going through my mind was just a lot of confusion. Definitely didn't know what was going on or why I was being stopped, but just wanted to do everything I could to remain compliant and get out of the situation.
There is a teaching moment here for American policing, and I think Mr. Griffin has the perfect venue and the floor to teach that. So much so that when we start our implicit bias training in October, I've asked Mr. Griffin to be part of that. I want my deputies to hear about how important it is to use empathy when you're stopping someone.
Well, the sheriff told us that he has 40 openings on the force and offered Griffin a job, calling him a forward-thinking leader. Griffin explains he's already working hard managing an ICU, and that was the beep that you were hearing during that interview. A student gathering in southern Wisconsin led to a coronavirus outbreak at a high school.
All right, so I forgot how fast this thing heats up and cools down. Woolco, by the way, sent me a lovely new banger for my bong. This and I will do an unboxing for that on Friday. We'll open that up so you guys can see it. It's very pretty. This right here, this bucket is called a banger. He sent me a lovely quartz banger, and so I'm looking forward to busting out. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit this bong, but it does fit this one. So on Friday, we'll hopefully put that to good use with that. Hopefully. All right. Yes. Let's see. I have more videos. So many videos. Not really. I have a few more videos though. But I wanted you to see that one in particular. I posted it earlier today. I'm really surprised there's not more people talking about this story. It seems like, again, this is exactly the problem. But I guess, shooting children isn't what we want to talk about, because and this is one of these things that I point out again and again about the way that the cops brutalize children, and it really bothers me that it just shows the problem on this escalated giant scale. You know, this problem, why the people are in the street. Look what they do to children. You know, so I also have another video about driving while black, and I have a video about the Mulan controversy. I don't know if you guys know about the Mulan controversy. You guys know the movie Mulan? It came out. Thank you, Michael. Oh, and thank you, Al. That's very nice of you. I did smoke some weed. Thanks, Al. I will smoke some more weed in a minute. Trust me. It's one of those things that I know I'm going to do. Let's see. The Mulan controversy. Now, I don't know if you guys have watched the Mulan movie. It came out, I think it came out on Friday. It's a new Disney movie. It's actually an older Disney cartoon animated movie, Mulan. I don't know that movie, so I can't tell you anything about the animated version. But we watched, on my little break, we watched the new live action version of Mulan, thanks to my pirate friends, and I was quite in shock. It showed Donnie Yen as a indecisive warlord general in China, which is not any way that I've ever seen a warlord general portrayed in a Chinese style movie as somehow indecisive and not leading with a heavy hand. And it also showed Jet Li being rescued by a little girl. Jet Li played the Emperor in the movie. And what I really just can't get through my head is that you would have Donnie Yen and Jet Li in the same fucking movie and not have them do hand to hand. It just, I don't, it's almost like, why the fuck even have Jet Li and Donnie Yen in the same movie if you're not going to have them go at it at least a little bit? You know, and it bothers me like you can't believe. But that is not what the Mulan controversy is about. It's all about Disney, getting all buddy-buddy with China and the Chinese government, and that bothering some people. So the Mulan controversy will be coming up momentarily. And like I said, I have a driving while black video and a DHS whistleblower video, protester prosecution. I know some of you guys will really like that. And Iraq troop withdrawal, which we will need to, again, point out that is just in time for the 2020 elections. We're going to draw the troops down in Iraq. It's a miracle. It's an election season miracle, is it not? Again, the telephone number is 805-669-6397. If anyone wants to call, this is a call-in show. So that's one of the things that we do here. Other than that, I will play news clips for you because it's also your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. And I'm your host, Moxie. And it's nice to be back. So I will play the Mulan controversy for you now. And I will be right back. Give me just a minute.
The long-awaited live-action remake of the animated movie Mulan has finally come out amid growing controversy. Its release was delayed by the pandemic, and now the new Mulan faces a new threat. Activists demanding a boycott of the movie. They claim Disney worked too closely with Chinese authorities to make it. Elizabeth Palmer looks now at the heated argument.
Good morning. This movie was released in the U.S. just a few days ago, and it's due to open in China this weekend. And already it's generated more publicity than Disney bargained for.
They will show you no mercy.
Mulan's storyline is not controversial. It's loosely based on a Chinese folktale about a young woman warrior. But it's where some of the scenes were shot in Xinjiang province that's kicked off outrage on social media. Xinjiang is heavily policed with surveillance cameras everywhere. This is where the Chinese Communist Party runs so-called re-education camps, where it's detained more than 1 million local people, including Muslim Uyghurs, and forced them to renounce their language and religion. Critics say there is no way Disney should have been filming in Xinjiang, and especially cooperating with local communist authorities. Isaac Stonefish is senior fellow with the Asia Society.
So did Disney actually torture any Uyghurs? No. Did Disney provide cover for the Chinese Communist Party to have more international succor for committing for committing national abuses? Yes.
Sharp eyes on social media even spotted a special thank you to Xinjiang communist officials in the credits. It's not the first time Mulan has been at the center of online fury. Last summer, during mass protests in Hong Kong, where security forces beat demonstrators, Mulan's star, American actress Liu Fei, expressed support on social media for the Hong Kong police. Disney tried to repair the damage, insisting that it was apolitical, but it's now facing calls for a boycott of Mulan.
What is the fallout going to be?
Disney is going to get raked over the coals for this, both by fans who are angry that they are in bed with a part of the Chinese Communist Party that has committed horrific human rights abuses, and by the U.S. Senate.
We did ask Disney about their decision to shoot in Xinjiang, but so far, Tony, the company has made no comment.
Elizabeth Palmer for us in London. Liz, thank you very much. I mean, remember the day, guys, when we could just go to a movie and take it in? This is all getting very complicated.
Yes,
There's the pandemic, but then now trying to separate the art from the creation of the art and all the controversy surrounding that.
Well, and China itself has become a very important market for filmmakers, so that's part of why they want to engage China in terms of making films, because they end up releasing them and making a lot of money there.
Yeah. And did Disney know about the controversy? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did they know where they were filming was an issue? Some people would say, well, they should have known. That's one way to go. And why is it coming up now as opposed to during the filming?
Yeah, maybe it did, and now they're just trying to stop the release. All right, a lot to it. Ahead.
We're here. Oh, the Boo Bear's not there. I think he's not there. He's supposed to be there. Boo Bear's supposed to be there. He's supposed to be on the carpet in front of the thing. But what's that? Let's see. What were we saying? Oh, right. Yes, Wilco. This one is an 18 millimeter female. This banker. And the one you sent is a 14 millimeter female, so it will fit this bong. But I have a new one coming from China. It's supposed to be here in 2 weeks. $27. Actually, it's $26.90, and it takes a male banger, a male 14. So, male 14. That's what we're doing. We'll be testing that one out before, and we'll see how long it takes for the male to get here. It says 2 weeks, and it says it's shipped already, so we'll see what happens. Let's see. So, Craig put up this, found this cool background when he was doing the guest hosting the show the other day. And again, a couple weeks ago, again, I will do my best to get Craig back on the show. So I've been saying from the beginning that he needs to have like his own webcam in the corner and be like a co-host, at least to pop in once in a while. So I've been telling him that from the beginning. And before we ever started doing this, I've been telling him he should be doing more videos. He should be doing more videos. He should be doing more videos. So it's not like I'm just discovering Craig. Okay, so you guys know. You should have seen him when I first met him. The boy was spitting rhymes like he grew up in the hood. Facts. Okay, so I have more videos. Again, it is a call-in show. If anyone wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. 805-669-6397. We're only going to do this for so long. But thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. Let's see. So should we do DHS whistleblower or protester prosecution? I know you guys want to see that one. Or Iraq troop withdrawal. Let's see. Or which one should we do? Let's see. Or you're not eating enough marijuana. Still, I know you fuckers. I know you're still not eating enough marijuana. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? Speaking of English. Tell him, Boo Bear. Uh-oh. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox, how you doing?
I am doing good. I'm doing good. Who is this?
This is Dave from upstate New York.
Hey, Dave.
I'm actually just outside Rochester, so I thought I would call with my take on what's going on there. And, the mayor and the police department not the mayor hasn't stepped down, but they're really pushing for it.
Uh-huh.
The police department, the command did step down, but those people are not the issue. The mayor and the police chief, I believe, are pretty good people, but they face an entrenched faction of, power that is very difficult to purge. I think it's probably pretty much the same situation you have in Minneapolis, where they identified it and they went after the police union head, whereas here they said, "Oh no, go after the mayor and the chief." And it's like, I don't think the organizers or whoever is doing this is not clued in as to the power structure and what's really going on here. So,
well, I'm not sure where it is that these people in Rochester are trying to march to, but they seem to be showing up at the same place night after night. And my guess is that there's a good chance they're either trying to get to a police station or they're trying to get to the police union, because that's where the protesters in Seattle go at time and time again, is to the police union head before they go to the police station. So
I haven't seen any of them go to the locust. Here it's basically called the Locust Club.
Mm-hmm.
They've been marching down to police headquarters, which is called the Public Safety Building, but that's police headquarters for the Rochester Police Department, right downtown next to the courthouse, and the jail is right in back of there. So, and then I think last night when they finished marching there, they went over to City Hall, and then they camped out on the steps and hung a banner asking for the mayor to step down. And, I don't agree with that. So, they're not putting it together here. Like that first night, that big faux pas where they ran into that restaurant. There's an outdoor eatery on the way when they were marching towards downtown, and that restaurant is not a hangout for aggressive police or anything like that. It's a hangout for progressive people, and one of the people who got harassed was actually one of the marchers. She wasn't marching that night, but she marched the following night, and it was like, so these are just rogue factions. I don't think they really. It's going to take some time. I think it's probably going to be something that's going to be going on for a while, but they're not getting good intelligence, and they're not. I don't know who's pushing it and running it. I haven't looked into that, but it's clearly being mishandled right now. So, but be that as it may, that guy definitely got his head pushed into the pavement, and that officer's knees were off the ground for they say 2 minutes, and I think that was pretty accurate, but he was using the full weight of his body to push that man's face into the pavement.
Yeah.
And the man had complied the entire time. So
Yeah.
another mental health call, just like the child who was just, murdered. That, when you get that mental health call and they say it's my son,
Yeah.
or but this guy was like, that's my brother.
Right.
They're not reporting a threat, they're asking for help.
Yep.
And if you show up and kill them, that's not really helping. I mean, obviously. So it's like these kinds of things. Yeah, there shouldn't be police responding to a 13-year-old, flipping out on his mother. I mean, I don't know. It's disgusting and it's sad, but it's just what we got. The police unions are going to defend these guys all the way, and I mean, you could say that's their job, but that job needs to change. It's gonna require a lot of support and a lot of work, because there's just too many laws that you have to change to do that. You're gonna have to just dump it upside down and spill it out on the ground and pick up what you want. And I think this mayor and that police chief were probably trying to do that, and I think she pulled a great maneuver, because Rochester has had a very nonviolent protest. I actually thought it was a clinic, because she had the police stand way back and form a line, say, okay, establish your perimeter, and then give these protesters a place to occupy that
You can
space.
see him. You can see him up there on the left-hand screen. In the top up there is the Rochester police, all lined up. They have barricades set up. They're staying back from the protesters. It looks like 30 yards or so. So like 100 feet away.
They've been doing that every night. So that the police have been told to stand down. They do warn them and tell them it's an illegal assembly, but they don't advance. So they waited, and then like what happened, I think it was last night, they're all getting blurry, but then these leaders, so to speak, come in and tell all the protesters, okay, we're all done here now, thank you for coming, and then they all go home. And that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to criticize that, but that's generally the methodology that's being put here, is to keep the police way back, keep the people away from the police, but have the police there ready. And there's an overwhelming force, by the way, in Rochester. The police are probably 1-to-1 with the people.
It looks like hundreds and hundreds of cops. You can see them lined up there. They're 3, 4, 5 rows deep, and it just goes on for about 100 feet. And that's just one side of the street. It's the same on the other side of the street, and it's the same in front of the people too.
Yeah, they're definitely presenting an overwhelming force, but they're staying back and they're not advancing and being aggressive. So the people are policing themselves as well, like a couple of, there's always one or two that break the line and want to run towards the police, and they're grabbing those guys and bringing them back. Nobody's throwing rocks, nobody's burning buildings, nobody's looting, So Rochester, when this thing first happened, I thought, oh God, I know the city here pretty good, and I thought, oh shit, this is gonna get bad, because these guys, people here don't mess around, and I think this tells me
it looks like the protesters there are pretty well prepared from what I'm seeing. They have their umbrellas, they have their shields. They're ready to deal with the cops if they have to, more or less.
Oh, yes, and thank you to the generosity of Mr. Soros for providing our protesters with cardboard shields and trash can lids. That's been incredibly helpful.
I don't think that's coming from Mr. Soros, but...
Yeah, I know. I think it's being... Some guys have plywood, and they're ready. Because the first night they protested, the cops just opened fire and just lit them up with pepper balls.
It looked like they were shooting a lot of pepper balls for a couple of nights there.
It was...
which is the biggest mistake you can make. Is it, it's like hitting a hornet's nest.
Yeah.
I mean, and I pointed this out again and again. It's like the cops refuse to admit, and the Pentagon, that blowback is a real thing. you know, and the cops drew first blood on this one, okay? The people in the street did not declare war. It was the police that declared war and drew first blood. Okay, and you know, and it's not like they're doing this in order to protect anybody's freedom or anybody's rights. They're doing it because it's a goddamn police state, and they can do it. That's why they do it, because they can do it. Nobody's stopping them from doing it. And finally, some people are standing up and saying, "Enough already."
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's we'll see where it goes, but yeah, that's my take. Is that the obvious is that the local organizers are not targeting the right individuals or organizations, and clearly there's been some very good maneuvers on both sides from the mayor, who did this brilliant maneuver of being able to create liaisons with the protesters, and he did bring in clergy. I don't know how useful they were. I think they showed up and then left. And I said, well, you're clergy. Why don't you join the protest?
Right. The clergy always seems to stand with the police state. So it really bothers me when the clergy is brought in, because they're pretending to represent the people when really they're just there to sell the people out to the police state as quickly as possible.
That's right. So I've always said about the pro-life Christian crowd that there's one group you will never see at a anti-war march, and that's pro-lifers. Mm-hmm. And you won't see the churches there either.
Which is incredibly hypocritical.
Yeah. They don't participate in anti-war protests. They don't participate in environmental protests, even when it's heinous. They don't participate in civil rights protests. Very few. The black community does, but very few white clergy will participate in any kind of civil rights. They don't participate in, certainly, my big one is anti-war, so they don't participate in that at all. In fact, they join the other side, and so whenever they show up, I'm very suspicious.
Well, for sure. I mean, they should be the loudest voice against war, but instead, because it benefits them, it makes people afraid. When people are afraid, they turn to authority, they turn to God, they turn to, and if you're going to turn to God, and the authority here for God is the church, so there you go.
Well, the God that's hanging on a stick that's been tortured is the most pro-war God I've ever seen, because that's been the evidence on the ground.
It's always been really strange to me that this people who claim to represent love uses this most heinous form of torture as the symbol of their beautiful undying love. This is a disgusting form of torture that you have hung around your neck for some unexplainable fucking reason.
That's exactly right. Who would ever hang that on the neck of your child?
And then I see people like this guy who does the miracle pillow. What's the guy who does the pillow? He still sells like bazillions of pillows. Whatever that motherfucker's name is. The cracker, the former crackhead. He's now selling a book where he describes how he hit rock bottom before he became a giant pillow fucking magnet. Right. And he fucking wears that cross. And it's one thing, if you have a cross and it means something to you and you put it inside your fucking shirt and close to your heart. And it's another thing if you wear it out where the whole world can fucking see it and say, look, it's this really strange thing that again, suckers just eat up. I can't stand it.
That's right. I always say the black robes are worn by two different groups, and they're both the same. So be very careful with those people. The black robes are not your friend. I mean, what more can be said? I mean, that goes back, back into Middle Ages. We've known this, so it's not a new surprise. It's just the only thing that's amazing about it is how people continue to be drawn in. But that was a big one. Peter's pens. They used Peter's pens to pay for the Elton John movie, which was the first major motion picture to depict two gay men having sex, which I don't have a problem with. But Peter's pens was actually the most sacred, only for the, supposed to be only for the most downtrodden, destitute cases of all poverty and desolation, and they used it for to fund that movie. And I thought, that doesn't get any more eye-popping than that if you're a Catholic donor. And then Don Jr. just got caught using St. Jude to skim off of that and pay his own company. So it's like, look, these are all, this is just what they do. If you give money to these people, it's not going to charity. That's not where it's going, and you're not allowed to follow it. You're not allowed to see it. Not allowed to find it. That's just the way it goes. But yeah, that's what happened in Rochester. So that's my take, and I hope people get their eyes opened up over the next few days so they can start picking their targets a little better. Because taking out that police chief and his entire staff was not a very good move. That's going to create a lot of problems for the mayor. She's left by herself now, and well, she's not by herself, but you got to understand, in these cities, you don't just have cities, you have counties. Those counties are in charge of the budgets of the cities. Then they have the states, and they have all these entities that are around them. And there's this perception that a mayor runs the city. No, they don't. They have to deal within the budget. They have to deal with the county. They have to deal with the police union. They have a lot of entities they have to deal with. And if those people don't want to cooperate with them, they have to do whatever they have to do to get them to cooperate. And it's just not an easy job all the time. They don't have dictatorial power. A mayor cannot just tell everybody, all right, this is what we're doing. That is not how it works. And a lot of people don't understand that because they don't go to the meetings. And I see, the online, in the chats and things, it's flooded with people. And I can just pick them out by the dozens of just people I know they've never been to a meeting. They're not an activist. They don't understand how anything works. They wouldn't have any use on an organizational team of activism, and because they've never done it. They've never bothered to find out how it works. Where, what's the chain of command? What's the hierarchy? How do these people get their, what are they allowed to do? What are they not allowed to do? It's crazy, but I guess we got. My thing is we have to educate everybody. We can't leave anybody behind, even the Trumpers. They have to be educated one at a time if we have to. We have to educate these people because that's the only way we're going to fix it. And it's been a battle, and that's the battle I see. That's what I see when I look out the window. We have to educate people, and it's not going to be easy. But that's what we're do.
Well, they have to be willing, kind of, to open their eyes too. A lot of people aren't willing to open their eyes to actually see what's happening, even if it's happening right in front of them, or you're explaining it in the most baby steps. It's the government can do no wrong, the police can do no wrong, blah blah blah.
Yeah. They just pick a side and go with it. They have no idea what they're doing. So that's not quite how it works. Even within any police department in any city in this country, you're going to have factions of guys, and sometimes they have to work together and they tolerate each other, but they don't like each other, and there's factions, and these guys have to learn to maneuver inside there, and that's just the way it is. So there's no unification anywhere right now, and if things change quickly, that's the problem you're going to have, right? In any society that's changing quickly, you're going to have that problem. You're going to have people like, no, this is the way we always did it. And then you have the new ideas come in, and they just get fought the whole time.
Oh yeah, you hear people, like Trump, make America great again. It's like, why can't we go back to the 1950s? So
yeah.
The good old days.
Yeah. So, but okay, well, hey, great talking to you, Mox. Welcome back, dude.
All right, David, it's good to hear from you too.
Yeah, thanks.
Talk to you soon.
Yep.
That's our buddy Dave, and he said he is from the Rochester, very, very close to Rochester, so he wanted to let us know what was going on in Rochester, which is why I switched it over so that you guys could see what's going on in Rochester, which if you look here in the upper left-hand corner, upper right-hand corner, what you will see is hundreds and hundreds of police out on the street, lining the side of the street. That's actually like a parking lot that they're in right there, but they have barricades set up. And again, I'm not sure where it is that the protesters are trying to get to, but they seem to stop them night after night at this similar location. So, which is what they did in Seattle, like for 10 days straight. And then they finally got out of the way of the protesters and let them go where they were going. In case you guys don't remember those beautiful glory days. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about... I'm going to play a video about the air quality in right now. It's talking about the air quality here in Washington. It's kind of bad. It's actually improved a little bit today, but over the last couple days, it's been horrible. But I got nothing to complain about. When you look at what they're dealing with in California. So I thought you guys might want to see that. I'll play that for you here. And I'll be right back.
As we continue to follow breaking news, this is a Sumner grade fire. You can see all of where that fire burned yesterday, those raging flames along these power lines here. Firefighters saving a lot of homes out there. Did see at least one home that was burned here this morning that they were seeing some kind of a smoldering ground from. But this is where that fire worked its way through. And as Mary and I were talking about yesterday, if that wind had shifted directions, it could have gone into this neighborhood or other neighborhoods. But they were able to make the fire kind of weave around some of the houses here and save a lot of those homes as well. Meantime, I want to show you this picture. This is what it looks like in San Francisco right now as the smoke has basically encapsulated the city, the Bay Area there. And this is what they're dealing with there. It is quite the scene as all of that smoke there is in that area. We'll continue to follow this, bring you the latest right here on Como News.
In California, more than 14,000 firefighters are fighting dangerous wildfires, and at least 15 were hurt when a crew near Big Sur was overcome by flames. One of the firefighters is in critical condition tonight. The largest fire in California is the Creek Fire, burning in the Sierra National Forest. More than 360 homes and other buildings have been destroyed. That fire is still burning out of control, covering an area that's almost 255 square miles. Thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes. Well, the lingering unhealthy smoke is making it tough on restaurants and businesses that expanded their outdoor dining as they try and stay afloat during the pandemic. Como's Suzanne Fawn joins us live from Belltown with a closer look. Suzanne?
We're here in Belltown at Banquet Market Thai Restaurant. What you see behind me here is all brand new. More and more restaurants are offering outside dining. That's because of COVID-19 restrictions requiring customers to be spaced out. Now restaurants have one more hurdle to deal with: smoky skies. At Pike Place Market, there's now a special area set aside for outdoor restaurant dining during the COVID-19 pandemic. Across the city of Seattle, many restaurants have gone the extra distance to expand their patio dining to help make up for the serious economic setbacks because of stay-at-home orders. But the unhealthy air from fires across Washington state has turned blue skies into thick, smoky haze. And some restaurants say that is heartbreaking. Michaela Tartaglia is with Pasta Castellinga in Pike Place Market. Her restaurant offers patio dining now in the secret garden area of the market.
That was such a bummer to see the smoke coming in a couple of days ago. Some people cried. I've seen that. But keeping positive, so hopefully tomorrow it will get better. We used to have a counter, we had to rip it off because COVID-19. So now we have currently 8 spots sitting inside the shop. And the outdoors can bring us 20 more people, which is fantastic.
Other restaurants like Jack's Barbecue and Soto say customers and employees are taking it all in stride. They're grateful for the chance to offer customers a place to wine and dine. And the extra smoke from the fires, well, they say that goes hand in hand with the smoke from the barbecue pits. Back here live now. Coming up at 6, we'll hear more from restaurant owners about how much they've been able to recoup thanks to outdoor dining like this. And also what diners have to say about the entire experience, especially with the smoky skies. Live in Belltown, Suzanne Fong, Como News.
It's not just Western Washington seeing smoke smoky skies right now. Take a look at this video from reporter Wayne Friedman from our ABC affiliate in San Francisco.
Just before 11 a.m. on Wednesday, and all this smoke, this is all we can see from the Golden Gate Bridge, and we're right next to it. All of this coming down from the north. It's like nighttime out here. If you look at the cars coming down the mountain there, they all have their lights on.
And as you saw from moments ago, it still looks like that. Right now, the Bay Area, Western Oregon, and Central and Western Washington have some of the worst air quality in the world. The EPA is labeling many Northwest areas as hazardous, which is the worst rating on the air quality scale. Time now to check back in with Shannon. Shan?
Yeah, Merritt, by comparison, we can't even complain. Our smoke, it's lifted a little bit today. Most of the air quality sensors reading in the moderate category. If we look out at the beach, you can see there's certainly a little bit of haze and smoke even out all the way to the Washington coastline. But again, compared to what they're dealing with also right at the coastline at the Golden Gate Bridge, it looks a lot better than that. Now, it's also a lot hotter. Beach temperatures today scorching. We're back into the 90s, skyrocketing into record territory there. And we do it again tomorrow.
All right, we're back. And again, the way that looks in California is just horrific, man. So I don't have anything to complain about here, but it's pretty rough here too. Yesterday was worse though, so. But we got that clearing up, hopefully, at least a little bit in the next couple days. It looks like there's gonna be some rain next week, but I'm gonna be able to get the plants that I have out in the backyard. Let's see, the backyard plants look like they're gonna be ready. I could probably harvest a couple of them today, but I want to try. It looks like tomorrow again is going to be a scorcher, so I want to try and give them 1 or 2 more days in the sun while we got it, and then I will bring them down and inside and get them and show you what we got. So the ones outside look so pretty. I really love growing plants outside. Hello, caller.
Hey, Max, how's it going?
Going good. Who is this?
This is Tim. Gotta say, welcome back, man.
Right on. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have you back. You were missed.
I got the impression that people were missing having me around. I had to take a break because the election's coming up and everything, and I had to be kind of frosty and ready to deal with the next 2 or 3 months of fucking martial law and anarchy. So.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah.
But God, I want to make it fun because it's like you're back and shit. A lot of shit happened while you were gone. One of the things I saw, was like the continued media attacks on QAnon. They're like, oh God, whatever you do, Mox, please, for the love of God, don't read QAnon. All right, Mox, please only listen to us. So whenever the media does this, I always do the opposite of what they say. So I actually went to the qmap.pub website, which is like one of these QAnon little collection sites, and they actually talked about the California fires, which was on the video you just played. And California, I don't know if you've kept up with the news with them and shit, but they cut back on a lot of fire prevention shit. They got a lot of brush, scrub, dead trees. In fact, I think.
And people aren't raking their leaves either.
Well, I don't know about. Is that against the law in California to rake?
No, that's what Donald Trump blamed the fucking forest fires on last time it happened. Was that people aren't raking their leaves? Okay, so I get what you're saying. We have to cut down all the trees now. Yeah, good plan. Real sustainable.
No, Max. There's a thing called scrub here, and it was actually wild.
I mean, she's dead now. I met her when I was a young child, but I met the woman that promoted controlled burning here in the, down in the southeast, and it was just, a way to bring back natural control, because in pre-man times, before we had forest fire, people putting out fires and stuff, you had lightning and, stuff would just catch fire and it would burn out, there'd be lots of smaller fires, and that prevents these raging, huge, fires, from going out, because there's just not enough fuel to create it. And, apparently they cut back on that. And I know the raking of the leaves is not really what it is. It's dead scrub and brush and just all kinds of fucking, vegetative, debris, dead or alive. And, when Trump said it, everybody's, oh, no. But, there were Trump didn't originate it. This was reported by the news, reported by, all the, Washington Post or whatever, lefty, mainstream sites or whatever.
There isn't fucking lefty news. Look, man, okay, the news is controlled by rich people. The rich people want to be able to cut down the forest because it's an easy way to make big money. Okay? Do you get that?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm getting highly sidetracked on my conversation here, because, I didn't think I'd get hung up on this part. But they also were cutting back on, firefighters. The state of, that was part of their budget cuts that California did. And, they got, lots of problems, They got these sanctuary cities, dude. That's, fucking pretty much open border cities. You gotta, fucking send all these kids to school and all these other fucking programs. You gotta take care of them when you do that. They're fucking... Everybody's fleeing the state, they're going to have a wealth tax that goes back 10 years. You can't even leave the state of California.
Good. I hope all you motherfuckers leave the goddamn West Coast. Okay? We don't need you here. If you don't appreciate what you have on the West Coast, get the fuck out and stay the fuck out.
Yeah, so anyway, California was pretty cash strapped because of all this shit, and the only way you can the one way you can get extra federal dollars is by declaring a state of emergency. So they've cut back on their fire prevention with all the scrub, removal, controlled burning. All the budgets for that shit was cut. They cut back the firefighters. What you're seeing is the state of California fleecing the government, and and everybody else be damned. Your house gets burned. They don't give a shit about you. Your fucking restaurant gets smoked out. That's fuck you, man. The state of California government needs fucking money, and they're willing to burn their own fucking state. So I mean, it's kind of fucked up, they do have a way to prevent this shit. You don't always have to have raging fires getting worse every year. There is a thing called fire prevention. It's not even rocket science. But they just cut back. They won't do it. When I was reading in the reports, when you go camping, I think they said it was illegal to go, after a certain distance. I could be wrong. I read this a while ago, to, collect, wood for your campfire. They made it illegal to gather wood, so you couldn't even burn it yourself. The state government, sometimes this shit isn't even intentional, sometimes it's just fucking incompetence. People always fucking passing these regulations, and the next thing you know, you got your whole fucking state on fire, and that's one of the things the media doesn't want you to read about. When's the last time you seen that reported on the news?
You mean that fires happen in California? Yeah, what a fucking conspiracy. Oh my God. I can't wait to make a conspiracy out of that. Fucking brilliant, dude. You just will gobble up anything that fucking you read, won't you? As long as it fits your fucking agenda, right? Jesus Christ, dude. Have some fucking, clues, okay? Because I can't deal with this. It really just, it's like you have no critical thinking skills whatsoever. It's just like anything that preaches to you what you want to hear against these people that you can't fucking stand in your fucking pea brain for whatever fucking reason, you just gobble it up. Okay? So get a fucking clue and then try and call back. Okay? Good luck with that. Jesus fucking Christ! Yes, we all gotta be reading the goddamn QAnon site, otherwise none of us know what the fuck is going on. None of us will be able to critically think for ourselves. Everybody's gonna just have to say what... Oh my God! Whatever works for your fucked up agenda, yeah, that's what I believe. Unbelievable, man. Just beyond fucking comprehension. I keep thinking that you're not that big a sheep. You know? That you're not that big of suckers. That, again, you know, because again, I don't preach to this side, or I don't preach to that side. You know, if I came out here every fucking night and talked about how horrible abortion is and that you gotta accept Jesus into your life, everyone say it with me, Jesus! I would make boom, 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 money, money, money. Okay? And again, this is what the QAnon does. It preaches to what you want to hear. Okay? So, get a fucking clue and a little bit of critical thinking and understand that these people are, again, like the fake news, trying to induce fear. Okay? Because they know that's what you expect from the news. So, I mean, I can come out here again and say, oh, abortion is so horrible. And the only way to heaven is through Jesus. And you know, it would just be like flocks of people throwing money at me. Okay? But those aren't the people that I'm trying to assemble. I'm not trying to assemble sheep. I'm trying to assemble critical thinkers who can think for their own and see through the bullshit. When little tiny fucking door is opened, I'm just trying to make a little tiny spark in your brain. Okay? I'm not trying to, you know, pry your fucking mouth open and force the little fucking worms down the little baby's throat. Okay? I'm trying to get you to open your beak and take the worms for yourself. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Craig at the desk. I just tried to transfer a call through to you, and it didn't pick up, and it looped back over to the failover, which is my mobile. Do you want me to have the caller call through again?
Whatever.
All right, I'm gonna have him call back right now. I always thought maybe there was something wrong with our call transfer.
Hey, what is this? What is this video of?
That is a lake over in Spokane, Washington, up on the hill at a park. I gotta look it up. It's just a lake, like a man-made lake up there.
Right on.
I'll have the caller call back. Stand by. I mean, don't stand by. Hang up, but I'll call you right through.
No, I'm not making you scared. What I'm doing is encouraging you not to be scared. Is that what makes you scared? Is to say the opposite of what everything else in the society tells you? Everything else trains you to be afraid, filled with fear, making every movement, thinking about what might happen? That's not what I'm trying to get you to do. I'm trying to get you to think and see and understand that you are the tippy top of the food chain on this planet. Excuse me, the big-brained, upright, tippy top of the food chain on this planet. There is no reason for you to walk in fear, for you to move in fear. And in fact, I've told you this again and again, fear is meant to be a momentary emotion. It's supposed to install a flight or fight mechanism. That's what it is. It's a flight or fight mechanism, which is a split-second thing where there's danger immediately in your life, and you need to decide what to do. And again, this is what part of what makes you the big-brained, upright walking tippy top of the food chain on this planet, is that you are able to critically think. You are able to make split-second decisions. You are able to look at and assess what's going on around you and move correctly. Which, again, means that there really isn't a reason for you to be afraid. You know? If you are aware of your surroundings and you know that you're the top of the food chain, you know, there isn't a whole lot for you to be afraid of. It's not like there's saber-toothed tigers walking around that might sink their fangs into you, or you know, woolly mammoth elephants that are going to come and trample you. You know, it's not where we're at. You don't have to live that way, nor are you meant to. So, no, I'm not trying to get you to be afraid right now. In fact, I'm showing you lovely, calm, serene settings, and talking as if, you know, I want you to be anything but experiencing fear. There's just no reason for it. Not now, not in this moment. That's a big part of what I talk about coming into this moment. If you are in this moment, if you are experiencing what is happening right now, you will realize there is no reason to be afraid. If you are experiencing, oh my God, how am I going to pay my bills this month? Or, oh, you know, how is this going to happen? Or why did that happen to me yesterday? Or who does that person think they are? This is not what you're experiencing in this moment. In this moment, something else is happening in which there is no reason to be upset or fearful or, you know, thinking that somehow, you know, you need to fight or flight. Again, you're not supposed to walk around with that feeling in your inside of you every day, every step you take. Let's see. Okay, I have more videos. And one of them is DHS whistleblower. I will play that for you now because it's probably important to know about and something that will be talked about over the next few days. Although I see this clip says something that may make it so I'm not able to play it. Hold on just a sec. Let me play it, see what happens. Hello, caller.
Michael, this is Steve motherfucking McClanahan.
Okay.
How are you doing, Michael?
I'm good.
That's good, guys. I swear to God, Michael, I just tuned in, and the people out here, they're worried about you. Well, I'm worried about you. Where the fuck have you been, Michael?
I've been storing my chi.
You've been storing your cheese?
I've been restoring my chi.
You've been making cheese?
Uh-huh. Exactly. Blessed are the cheese makers.
I love cheese. I love cheese. What is your favorite cheese, Michael?
I like mozzarella cheese.
Yeah, it's pretty good cheese. I agree. I mean, you got to get the right kind of mozzarella, especially on your pizza.
Yes, you do. It takes a very good.
Yeah,
it takes a decent.
You know your mozzarella.
Yeah.
Do you like mozzarella and like cheese pizza?
I don't particularly care for cheese pizza. It's not my favorite, but I do like cheese on pizza.
Well, you gotta have fucking cheese on pizza.
No, you don't. You don't. No, you don't have to have cheese. There's a million ingredients that you can put on pizza, and there really are no rules about what goes on there. I mean, there's pizzas that don't even have any tomato on it at all. So if you can do it,
that is fucking insane.
If you can do it without tomato, then you can do it without cheese.
No.
Yes,
no.
Of course. There's dessert pizzas. There's cinnamon. There's chocolate chip cookie pizzas.
Dude, that's just a giant chocolate chip fucking stupid ass cookie.
Well, you don't like chocolate chip cookies?
No, I tell you what, it's got to have nuts in it and raisins with fucking oatmeal.
You don't
in my opinion.
Oatmeal and chocolate chip cookies? That's ridiculous.
That is fucking it's one of the greatest things that ever
I
could
love
exist.
oatmeal cookies with raisins. Chocolate chips do not belong in them.
Yes, they do. They have to be there. I don't understand why people can't understand this. They need to be in the cookie.
No.
It's fucking like...
No, they need to be in a chocolate chip cookie. Not an oatmeal cookie.
No, it needs to be in the oatmeal cookie. The chocolate chip itself currently needs to be in the oatmeal cookie with the fucking raisins. And I'm pissed about this.
No.
I have been for years. And I'm telling you, I've called the fucking corporations. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You literally aren't fucking adding the chocolate chip into the raisin. You're fucking ripping us off. We can't even have that option. And I'm kind of pissed about it. And when I do get a rare fucking chocolate chip cookie with oatmeal and raisins, that is the legit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve McClanahan coming to you live. Just going to let you know that is the legit chocolate chip cookie. So I'll tell you what, get out some fucking oats, get out your fucking goddamn old school cookie fucking recipe, and then literally throw all that shit together, and you're gonna bake some shit, and literally the chicks are gonna fucking, the chicks, the dudes, whoever, I mean, they're gonna fucking flock to your fucking house because of those cookies. I'm not even kidding you.
My UPS man stopped me yesterday. He wants to know what he can barter with me for some cookies. Because he loves my cookies and he knows I won't take cash.
Well, obviously I'm talking about you have to add the weed butter. Duh. But if you don't have weed butter, I swear to fucking God, you need to do it that way. I'm telling you, people are fucking... I've had arguments about this with people for hours. I've had to argue. And I'm not even trying to argue. They just keep coming over and fucking saying, dude, hey, I thought about that whole fucking goddamn chocolate chip cookie idea that you added in the chocolate chips to the oatmeal cookie with raisins. That can't happen. It's not even fucking rational thinking. And I was like, you know what, dude? Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I was like, dude, listen. Okay, it's one fucking ingredient. You can throw one fucking ingredient into the mix, and I swear to God, you mix it all up and you try it. You fucking try it. Maybe suddenly you like oatmeal cookies now with chocolate. And I'm telling you.
You can do oatmeal cookies with chocolate, or you can do them with raisins, but you can't do them with raisins and chocolate.
You have to do them with raisins and chocolate.
No, you can't do them together like that.
A chocolate-covered raisin in your life.
Jeez, man. I thought there was something wrong with you before, dude.
Listen to me. Have you ever fucking had a goddamn chocolate-covered raisin in your entire fucking existence on this planet of Earth?
Yes, I love dark chocolate covered raisins.
Dark chocolate, of course you do. You had to throw in the dark part.
I love dark chocolate covered raisins.
Who even eats dark chocolate? I don't. What the fuck is dark chocolate for? I don't know. It's fucking bitter. I don't know about that. Could definitely not add that to the fucking. Yeah, see, if you eat dark chocolate, you would fucking ruin the cookie. So now I understand why now, because you're not understanding what the chocolate chips that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the dark chocolate chips. I'm talking about the other colored chips. I mean, they're still brown, but oh my God. Hope I'm not gonna get in trouble. I'm sick of talking about the color fucking chocolate chips right now, Michael, currently. I swear to fucking God. Hey, before I forget, hey, I just want to call it. I just want to let you know, man, that was a really rough go hosting the show with Craig. God, he's a good ass fucking little fucking co-host sidekick buddy. I tell you what, that motherfucker.
I'm trying to get him on camera. I want him to have a regular camera at his desk so that he can weigh in whenever he wants, like Ed McMahon, and go, oh, or whatever he wants to say. Okay? But he's dragging his feet on it. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't think he understands how to, like, set up an internet camera in his, in his office. That's what I think. I don't know. That could be the problem, but he'll figure it out. One of these days, he'll figure it out. I swear to God, he will.
I would think. He seems to like being.
He seemed
to like hosting the show with you. So I would think he would want to be more part of it.
Oh my gosh, it was hell fucking hosting the show with him. I swear to God, that guy. Oh, he is fucking hard to work with. Tell you what, we had to fucking do all this work and shit, and fucking all this show prep and all this stuff and all this. I'm not even kidding you. Fucking. Oh, it was fucking hard. It literally was. It was hard. It was one of the hardest things I had to ever fucking deal with. And then the callers. Oh my God, the fucking callers, for God's sake. Man, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Fucking. And we are glad that you're fucking back on vacation. For sure. Jesus Christ. Literally, some of these callers. There was this one caller. I got to tell you a story about this one caller. His name was the landlord. This fucking guy talked about carpet for 92 fucking minutes. I'm not even kidding you. It was fucking brutal. While you're over there fucking, on the beach fucking drinking margaritas and shit, Michael, we're over here having to do the hard fucking work and dealing with the fucking landlord. I don't know how the fuck you do this, Michael. It's ridiculous, honestly. But you know what? We're keeping a positive attitude at the end of the fucking day. Whether anyone likes it or not, we're stopping the hate in the world. Sipping margaritas on the beach. Fucking talking to the goddamn landlord. Call your fucking ass in, ladies and gentlemen. This is a live call-in show right now. Steve McClanahan, I gotta go, because I got shit to do. I got fucking beer to drink, and I don't really I got more show prep and fucking all kinds of other shit that I have to do.
All right, Steve, it's good to hear from you. Glad to hear you're still staying strong. Talk to you soon, okay?
I gotta go.
Bye. That's Steve. He hung up. I didn't hang up on him. All right. So Steve McClanahan calling from an unknown location. I have more videos for you, and I'm ready for another bong hit. So if you guys are ready for another bong hit, get ready, because I will do it after this clip about protesters in Seattle being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because we are a country of law and order. Don't you know?
News tonight, an Edmonds man faces federal charges for torching SPD police cruisers during the downtown Seattle riot back in May. Prosecutors say 20-year-old Kelly Jackson faces arson and possession of a destructive device charges. KOMO's Tammy Mutasa is live now with how the FBI tracked him down. Tammy?
Mary, Kelly Jackson was in federal court today answering to this 23-page indictment. Now, investigators say he threw at least 2 Molotov cocktails at SPD cruisers while they were parked outside Nordstrom. And you can see right here the marks where those cruisers were parked back in May. Now, according to prosecutors, 20-year-old Kelly Jackson is seen on surveillance video wearing a gas mask while holding a Molotov cocktail during the riot in downtown Seattle on May 30th. FBI investigators say he threw a Molotov cocktail at a Seattle police cruiser, torching it. Special agents say Jackson threw a second Molotov cocktail at a different police car, but it bounced off and exploded on the sidewalk outside Nordstrom. FBI investigators say in June they were tipped off that Jackson was bragging about his involvement and that the gas mask he was wearing was stolen from his plumbing job. Detectives then scoured surveillance videos and pinpointed Jackson wearing distinctive clothing. Now, 2-decade law enforcement expert Jim Fuda says people who cause this type of destruction should be held accountable on a local level, too.
A lot of them are being released when they're filed on the local charges. So do you want charges to stick? It's a whole new ball game, whole new prosecutor, whole new political climate. So once and for all, these arrests have got to start sticking, or otherwise what happens?
Now, the U.S. Attorney's Office says it will work closely with local prosecutors to prosecute people who are turning peaceful protests into violent criminal acts. Jackson could face up to 20 years in prison just for each arson charge and up to 10 years in prison for each possession of a destructive device charge. Now, a federal grand jury is expected to hear the case tomorrow and decide if he will be indicted. I'm told that he will be detained until his detention hearing next week. Back to you.
Tammy, dozens and dozens of arrests have been made since the riots began in May. How many people, though, have been charged by the feds in connection to civil unrest? And are there more in the works?
Mary, that's a really good question about how many people have been arrested and actually charged. Now, according to the feds, 8 people so far have been charged in connection with civil unrest since all of this chaos started back in May. And investigators are still, of course, working on those cases. The feds do have very specific jurisdiction, and the U.S. Attorney's Office says when they do have jurisdiction, they will use their tools to hold people accountable. Back to you.
All right, Tammy, thank you very much. A 24-year-old Everett man is also facing federal charges connected to that riot that happened on May 30th. Prosecutors say these photos taken by police surveillance and a video posted on YouTube shows Jacob Little stealing a high-powered rifle out of the back of a Seattle police cruiser. Investigators say they also found messages suggesting that Little was trying to sell the weapon. If convicted, he could face up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
I'm telling you, that video of the police cars on fire, that's the Seattle local news, at least KOMO News, that particular news service. That is their favorite video. And in fact, when they did their little still shot of protest in Seattle, you know, get your latest updates from blah, 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 you know, they put that Seattle police cars on fire. So I'm telling you, that's their favorite fucking video. And they're going to play it more. Hello, caller.
Hello, how's it going?
Okay, how about you?
Benny from the east side, remember me?
Hey, Manny, long time no here.
That's what I was saying, though, because apparently you haven't had your stream in a while. What happened?
I had to take a break to realign my cheat so I can be ready for the elections.
Ooh, interesting. So what surprises are you bringing to the stream?
What now?
What are you bringing to the stream? So you're preparing, you're reassessing your whole mock news. So what are you bringing to the table for the election?
No, I'm not reassessing things. I'm just needing to relax for a minute in order to go into the next 3 months of craziness. So, because I won't be,
Oh, man.
I won't be able
I
to
don't
do it
think it's
next
gonna-
month. I won't be able to do it the month after that, and I probably won't be able to do it the month after that. So I need to do it now.
That makes sense, though, because it's getting crazy. I mean, they shot a guy on Portland over there, like they shot a bunch of, one of those cowboys on the street, and then the next day they shot I think it was in Lacey. They went into Lacey and they shot the Antifa guy who shot the Proud Boys over there in his house. I think some crazy stuff going on, and then like they're burning down the police union stations in Portland. They're like the Antifa members, and I don't think it's Antifa. I think the Black Lives Matter people are going to restaurants in Pittsburgh and literally harassing yelling at people on their face to raise their feet. It sounds to me like this is like the Mao's China, but in America. Like the Black Lives Matter just evolved into some sort of Maoist, I don't know, collective that they want to force people into accept Black Lives Matter, though. I don't think that's liberal at all. I think that's very anti-American to force someone to accept an ideology, though. That's it's up to the people to decide whether or not they accept the ideology, not to force them to raise a faith just because if you're not, you're like the worst racist ever been, though. What do you think, Mark?
Dude, this is what freedom is about. If you see injustice, you're able to speak out and rise up against it. That's what our freedom is supposed to be about, is fighting injustice and corruption in the government. That's what your freedom, and living your life the way you want.
Exactly. But what do you think about those people? I don't know if you see the videos of the people going in D.C. to the restaurants and forcing people to raise their fists to accept Black Lives Matter, and if they don't, they like start harassing them and stuff like that. Then there was another one in Pittsburgh that they actually went to the restaurant and they literally started like flipping tables and like drinking their food and telling them to get the hell out of the restaurant, though, because they don't support Black Lives Matter.
Okay, Manny. Manny, do you go to restaurants?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that happen, Manny? Other than
Not in the restaurant that I've been to, though.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been to some restaurants that you'll see some panhandlers or some people like trying to sell you something, though. But I ignore them, though. But these people went straight into the restaurant and said, I'm shutting this down.
Look, Manny, I can't. Again, this is not something that I've seen happen. It's not something that you've seen happen in actuality, in your real world. So just because you see something on a fucking lame ass video that's trying to get you to believe that somehow, these people are dangerous and you need to be afraid of these people. Anybody, Manny, do you hear me talking just a few minutes ago about being the top of the food chain? Okay, you're not intended to be afraid. And anyone that is encouraging you to be afraid of anything is not on your side, Manny. Again, this isn't something I encourage you to do.
So you're telling me like the journalists that are actually posting videos and pictures from me?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry, man. I don't understand what you're saying. You have to talk a little bit slower.
So you're saying that the journalists from mainstream media outlets and alternative media outlets like you, or like from Portland, or like the Ben Shapiro's, or like the Team Fools of the world, they're pretty much lying to me?
I'm telling you is that if someone is trying to make you be afraid of something, of the protesters, of freedom, of legalization of marijuana, legalization of prostitution, legalization of freedom, okay? Making it, ending the drug war. If they're trying to make you afraid, okay, those people are not in your interest. Anyone that's trying to make you afraid. I, again, tell you over and over, Manny, and you know this is true, not to be afraid. Not to move from a standpoint of fear, because that is the number one thing the programming wants you to do. And I told you again, multiple times, Manny, you have to recognize when you're moving from a standpoint of fear, realize that there's really no reason. You look around, like I said, you haven't seen this happen in restaurants. This isn't something that you actually know is happening. It's not happening in your world. So there's nothing to be afraid of from it, except for these people that are pushing you to be afraid. And those are the people that are not in your interest in any way.
Okay, so based on your logic, the people that are not in my best interest is the Black Lives Matter protests and the Antifa people, because they're actually making
The Black Lives Matter people and the Antifa people probably have plenty of things that they want you to be afraid of, okay? But what I'm telling you is that these people who are telling you you need to be afraid of this, you've heard me say this again and again, Manny, they're not in your best interest. It's just like the religion. The reason that religion exists is because people are afraid. Okay? And religion just propagates that fear more. They say, you have good reason to be afraid, and you made it here just in time so we can save your soul. Your everlasting eternal soul. They want you afraid. If you're not afraid, then you're not gonna buy into their fucking garbage fucking line of bullshit. So look, Manny, and I talked to you personally about this numerous times. You can spot this. And if you begin to actually act on what I'm telling you, when you hear someone saying, oh, be afraid of this, be afraid of this, be afraid of this, when you hear them saying that, ask yourself, is this person actually genuinely in my best interest, wanting me to be afraid? Or does that just make me know why I need to tune in them tomorrow? I have to tune back into that same person tomorrow because they told me what I need to be afraid of today. And now tomorrow they're going to tell me what I need to be afraid of then too. And that's really important to me. No, it's not.
So you believe that the media that is telling you to be afraid of is actually trying to make you forced to vote for Donald Trump? Because you actually make a good point. I'm not going to lie to you. You kind of make a good point regarding like certain personalities, high-profile personalities and media outlets that are trying to enforce fear. And I can see that, especially in the right-wing media, because I do watch...
It's both sides. There's really not a right-wing and there's really not a left-wing media. Basically, there's these people, the same media, the same, pushing war forever based on lies media that does zero journalistic fucking, investigative work. They just take whatever the Pentagon tells them they're supposed to say today about this or that or the other thing and regurgitates it. So these are not journalists. They're propagandists for the Pentagon. Okay? So there's not a left, there's not a right. They're just different sides of the same exact coin speaking to different suckers, Manny. Because the right and the left are both telling you to be afraid. Just these people are telling you to be afraid of this, and these people are telling you to be afraid of this. And one side, works for you because this is the way it works. They divide us down, and then that makes sense. You know what I mean? And again, anybody telling you to be afraid isn't in your best interest. Doesn't matter which side they're on. Doesn't matter which side they're on.
So according to your logic, what's the end game?
The end game?
Yes.
Well, the purpose of making us afraid is that apparently we're better consumers. But beyond that, also, we turn to strong leaders who say things like, we have to fight them over there so that we don't have to fight them over here. And, we love our police. Our police are what keep us safe. And the police state needs to stay firmly in place. We can't defund our police for 1 second. Because if you're afraid, you're going to buy into that immediately, aren't you, Manny?
Well, I'm already voting for Trump, so there's like a 99% chance that I'm voting for him. Anyway.
I'm not talking... Look at... Biden says the same fucking shit, dude. You ask Biden about defunding the police and say, fuck no, that's a stupid idea. Okay? So again, it's not a left-right. There isn't a left-right. They're the same fucking thing. Endless wars forever based on lies so that we can fucking steal all the money we can from the sheep for generations to come.
Well, we're already doing that right now with the whole bailout, the CARES Act and stuff, and the PPP and stuff, and the unemployment. We're just borrowing money and stealing from our generations already.
That's what they do with the wars, Manny.
Anyways, all right, I gotta go, Mark. And nice to see you again, though. I was kind of thinking that you maybe cancel your show or something. Like, I'm glad that you're back.
Thanks, Manny. It's good to hear from you, bro.
All right, man. Take care.
Okay, talk to you soon. That's our buddy Manny. I didn't ask him if he's still on the east side of Washington and what the fire situation is like over there. I should have. Craig said this is Spokane. He was there a few weeks ago and he took out his little pocket drone and did some flying around the lake, which is really pretty, and I'm glad he did that. And then he shared it with us. Let's see. So I have more videos because I came prepared. It's what I do, people. Again, I have a video about the troop drawdown in Iraq, which again is just in time for the election. And no matter how much I want all the troops pulled out of Iraq, it just makes me want to vomit to see, our sons and daughters and mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters in harm's way. Used in such political ploy manner, as if again they are just chess pieces to be moved on a political map. It really bothers me a lot that they use our people in that way, and it's not anything new, So Trump, Bush, Obama, Biden, Clinton, Hillary, not Bill, Hillary Clinton. They're all the same. They use the troops like, thanks Wonky. They use the troops like like they're just there to be thrown away, expendable. Just another resource that we will dump in the middle of the ocean or anywhere else we want to dump it, and when it expires, we'll just get more. And again, and that's my big problem with support the troops. I support the troops, but fuck the Pentagon, because the goddamn Pentagon does not support the troops. Fuck the White House. They do not support the troops. Fuck the Congress, because they do not support the troops. Fuck the Republicans and fuck the Democrats, because they do not support the troops. That's the motherfucking truth. So I will play a video now about the withdrawal of troops from Iraq, because I thought it was important for you guys to see that. And it's an election season miracle, just in time for the election. Just in time. Coincidence? Huh? I think not.
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Now on News, I'm Chance Seals in Washington. More than 17 years after President George W. Bush first announced the start of the Iraq War, more American troops are coming home. 2,200 will leave Iraq this month in a planned drawdown of the U.S. presence there. Pentagon officials say this reflects an increased confidence in Iraqi troops to maintain their own security. 3,000 troops will stay in Iraq to help continue the fight against ISIS. So are things stable enough in Iraq that it makes sense to do a drawdown right now? I put that question to Dr. Bilal Wahab. He's a Wagner Fellow at the Washington Institute. He's originally from Iraq, and he focuses on the region.
It depends on how you look at it. Compared to 2016 and 15 and earlier, obviously Iraq is more stable. ISIS as a ground-holding terrorist group is defeated. However, the month of August, last month, ISIS as an insurgent group had a record number of attacks inside Iraq. Now, on top of that, you also have an increased militia activity against Iraqi forces and against coalition forces. So as a ground holding terrorist group, as a state, as a terrorist state, ISIS is defeated. As an insurgency, however, the fight and the war isn't done. So the U.S. troops are needed to still maintain the pressure on ISIS and to help the Iraqi military to be better equipped and better trained.
You know, the majority of Americans, they are ready to be done with wars and engagements in the Middle East when you look at the polls. In that sense, isn't this a good thing to where they can say, guys, we got you trained, now it's your job?
That's indeed the case, and that's what the strategic dialogue that took place last month between the United States and the Iraqi government was aspiring to achieve, that the Iraq-U.S. relationship should be a normal relationship where the Iraqi government can defend its territory, can defend its people, but to get there, a level of U.S. military engagement and training and capacity building, and also the sale of weapons to the Iraqi army is still necessary. One word of caution here is to not race to the door as the United States military did at the end of 2011, which went from an occupying force all the way to having zero troops on the ground, which was the precursor for ISIS taking over a third of the country overnight or within a couple of days in 2014. That is the scenario that we don't want to see repeated.
What is the sentiment of everyday Iraqis at this point? We all remember we're going to be greeted as liberators. In 2020, how do they feel about the U.S.? That they were a force for good or bad?
A necessary force. As I said, the experience of 2011 was a bad one for the Iraqis. The Iraqis see very clearly that without the help of the United States military and the coalition, the anti-ISIS coalition that the United States put together, the Iraqi military alone could not have been able to defeat ISIS caliphate. On the other hand, the Iraqis also had a flavor of isolation, and Iraqis don't want Iraq to be like Iran, to be diplomatically and economically and financially isolated from the international community.
As the U.S. brings home more forces, does that in turn hand more power to Iran?
So that depends. That depends on how thinned out the international coalition will be and how thinned out the U.S. presence on the ground will be on the one hand, because it could be, as I said, a thinning out of forces, or it could be a consolidation of the forces, because some sort of a transition from a combat force that was in Iraq to fight ISIS into an assist and a support force is necessary. That's on one hand. On the other, it requires a level of consolidation because the pro-Iran militias are consistently attacking the Iraqi bases where U.S. forces are housed. Let me be clear, there are no U.S. bases in Iraq. The U.S. military is embedded with the Iraqi military. The path for Iraq's stability is perhaps only starting now because the security is only one aspect of it. Having an accountable government, a government that is more accountable to the public rather than to a foreign power, be it Washington or be it Tehran, is what the current Iraqi atmosphere and what the public is now pressuring toward.
Dr. Wahab, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
A whistleblower says top Homeland Security officials tried to downplay Russian security threats to fit President Trump's rhetoric. Brian Murphy, the former head of Intel at DHS, says Acting Secretary Chad Wolf ordered him to stop producing assessments on Russian elections.
I have the DHS clip. Let me see. I have the DHS clip on a separate video, so we don't need to see it on that particular clip about the DHS whistleblower. I have a better clip than that particular one. So, but I wanted you to see a story about troop withdrawal and, you know, the election season miracle, you know, that we got to bring the troops home right before the election. It's a miracle. A miracle, I tell you. Praise Jeebus. Thank you, Jeebus. Let's see. I will play the DHS whistleblower video for you momentarily. Let's see. Here we go. Back to the browser. Make sure we're not missing out on anything here. It looks like kind of a small audience there. We don't need to be watching. It looks like we're cool. They're pretty chilled out in the protester zone at this moment. So we can go back to the drone zone. Let's see that one. That one's nice. Hello, caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Same thing as every day. What's up with you?
Yo, man, it's been a long time since I called in, but I just wanted to tell you part of the reason why I called in is because if you remember, way back, I'm calling from Colorado. This is LJ. I remember.
Hey, LJ, good to hear from you.
Way back. Yeah, way back. It was like around, after Super Bowl, and sitting here drinking a little beer or whatever, and I was like, look, dude, I was like, if they don't get this damn coronavirus shit under control, it's going to turn into some shit. And you were like, oh, yeah, we'll see if we're still here in 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, dude. I was like, this is...
And we still are, aren't we? 6 months,
yeah,
6
and
months,
we're here,
6
we're
months,
here,
7
we're
months,
here, but
8 months later. So...
We're here.
And part of what it is I'm here to do is to help people get through this, this time when the media is saying fear, 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 and it's really easy to give into that. And once you give into the fear, it's hard to get it back out of you. So I did everything in my power to help people not be afraid.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily of being afraid. It's the situation at hand.
We're here. Everybody was like, we're going to die. Everyone's going to die. Okay? And I was like, hey.
But that doesn't mean
can you
that
get
we
through?
don't need to
Can you
take
get through?
precautions of what
Can
we
you
have
get
going on
through?
here.
Can you get through till then? Can you get? And you're like, yeah, man, I can do that. And here we are, 6, 7, 8 months later. Okay? So, and I helped. And whatever, I don't know what your point is that you're trying to make, but it's not as if I was somehow incorrect.
No. I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I'm just saying that I was the guy that called in on the show, and I was like, I'm talking about when this shit first broke. It was like around, I don't know, January or something. It was right around then
right.
when they were talking about it. But I was like, if they don't get this shit under control, this is going to cause some problems.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm laid off.
Yeah.
Okay? My fucking job got snatched away from me.
I hear you.
Okay? So I've been laid off since March. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'm still alive, and we're not worried about dying, but it's my fucking life.
Well, a lot of people who watch the mainstream media and listen to what's being told are afraid of dying. They're afraid that they're going to die.
No.
A lot of people walking around with face masks on everywhere they go are afraid of dying. Go ahead.
That's very true, but this isn't necessarily affecting people living or dying. Sometimes this is affecting people's livelihoods, right?
Uh-huh.
So what I'm getting at here is this coronavirus is causing problems, the unforeseen problems that we probably weren't anticipating as a people.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. And that's what is always going to happen is that there's, known unknowns and unknown unknowns and unknowable unknowns. Okay, so when we're in uncharted territory, there's going to be unknown unknowns and unknowable unknowns. But what I'm saying is we're still here and we're still pretty fucking strong, even though, yeah, there's issues, and it's not small issues, but again, there's always been issues, and we get through it, and we'll get through this too.
Yeah, but there ain't no issues.
And that's what I always say is that there's going to be issues, but we'll get through it. It's not like you have to live in fear of whether or not we're going to make it through this. And that's what the mainstream media basically encourages you to be your standpoint is, I don't know if we're going to get through this one. Okay?
But being optimistic and not realistic is two different things. I'll ask you a question. So we get it on the record. What do you think the future of this country is going to move toward? What do you think?
I think that it's either going to move further in the direction of a dystopian police state, or or that people are going to throw the bums out and maybe fight for something better.
So, no matter who gets elected?
No matter who gets elected, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I see exactly the same.
I agree.
If the only hope that we have is that every responsible, freedom-loving American will stop voting for Republicans and Democrats as if somehow they're the answer, when they've shown us again and again and again that they are not the answer and they will never be the answer. Okay? So you can't vote for people with an R or a D next to their name anymore and genuinely call yourself sane, because those people are just lying to you. And everybody with the slightest bit of critical thinking ability knows that. They're just lying. And they're 100%. The Democrats and the Republicans are 100% responsible for where we are in this moment in history on this planet.
The Democrats and the Republicans? Yes.
Yep. So how can you possibly vote for one of those motherfuckers knowing that they led us to here?
I mean, I agree, but how are we going to get our voices made known?
I do what I can do. I've had many people again and again tell me that I opened their eyes. That I made it.
But you can open eyes, but how are we going to get this politically where it's actively moving toward what we need as a people?
People are in the streets and they're trying to move it a direction.
So are you saying that we need to encourage more protests?
I think we need to stand. I've said again and again from day one on YouTube, the lines have been drawn. Either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand on the side of the police state. The choice is yours. Okay? So the people are standing up to fight against the police state. If you cannot see that, it's because your brain has been poisoned by your political bias and letting fucking...
Oh, I'm asking you.
What? You're asking me what?
I was asking you. What do you think? Are you encouraging? Do you think we should have more peaceful protests? You have to choose a side. Voting, right? Do you stand on the side of the police state or do you stand on the side of freedom? If you stand on the side of freedom, you know that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are not there. They see your freedom as a personal threat to their lives. That's how and because of that, they believe you need to be babysat every minute of every day for the rest of your fucking life. And if you can't see that, then you're really not a conscious being. Well, I think I am pretty conscious. I was just asking your opinion.
And I gave it to you.
Well, yeah, I'm not arguing with you. But I don't see that. I don't see we're going to get any progress moving forward. And not to be a negative Nancy or pessimist, but based on what I see in society, there's this shit is done, dude.
What
shit?
It's over, bro. What shit is done? What shit is over?
It's done, dude. Huh?
What shit is over?
Our the new norm is here to stay,
which is face mask and
from here out.
face mask and begging from the government?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah. Face mask and threat of vaccine is going to be here to stay. It's going to be people are going to be very conscious of each other. They're going to start getting hypersensitive because this shit's all fucked up. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to get any better. America's never went backwards, right? Every time they legalize some shit, that shit's here to stay, dude. Like,
well, I mean, you can say that, but we got marijuana. We got marijuana legalized.
It was illegal, but once they made it legal, it's here to stay, dude.
We got marijuana legalized.
This shit's here to stay.
We got marijuana legalized.
Yeah, it's here to stay. They're not gonna take it away. They already got mushrooms legalized in Denver. It's here to stay. It's not this dystopian, crazy, fucking
they got
Blade Runner shit is the future. This is the future.
Yeah,
this is the future.
You know what? This is the future that the Republicans and the Democrats offer. There can be a better future if you can stand with the people, if you can fight for freedom. The people, we could make anything happen on this planet that we want if we weren't divided, if we didn't act like we have to keep protecting what we have constantly, every minute of every day.
That's going to result in a lot of debt.
What? What is going to result?
Getting people on one accord. Of getting people on one accord to the point where we're not voting Democrat or Republican like you're saying.
Well, it doesn't have to cause death.
Well,
what do you mean?
I don't know. What is the Dalai Lama going to say some shit that just rings with everybody? Doubt it, dude.
Look, this is what's happening is the people are in the streets right now. And the reason that more people join them every day is because the police refuse to acknowledge that there's a problem and try to figure out how to correct the problem.
And you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? One of these law enforcement dudes are going to get shot in the eye, and they're going to fucking unload, and it's going to be, you know what, fuck it. And that's what it's going to be. Everything's already moving toward that shit. You can't keep doing this all the time.
Keep doing what?
Society. These protests. You know what we're talking about, Mox?
Why can't you keep doing it? You can keep doing it. You can keep doing it until you get change. Occupy went on for a year. Occupy Wall Street went on for a year.
Listen, they weren't banging like this in fucking Occupy.
They weren't what? They weren't what?
I'm 36 years old, and they weren't. Look, I'm talking on a really nice headset, so I know you can hear me.
You said banging?
They weren't protesting like this when they were protesting in Occupy. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
Right now, people are getting shot in the head. Okay. There's minors walking around with ARs. I'm telling you, you be positive, Perry, whatever you need to do. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the writing's on the wall. If you see this shit on the wall right now, it's society is destabilizing. That's the facts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's the facts. I got a 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, I think about this shit all the time. This shit's getting bad. It's getting worse.
This is what I keep saying. You think about these reasons why you have to be afraid constantly. Everything is to be afraid. Instead of experiencing this moment in which you can look around you and see. If you're not looking at a stupid fucking screen, you can look around you and you can see that life in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I can look around and see I lost my job over COVID-19. Just like I said when I called in back in January, and I was like, if they don't get this under control, it's going to fuck some shit up. And that's what I said. You know what? It has. That's why I called, just to say that. So, yeah, we're still here alive.
Yeah.
But my life is different due to COVID-19. That's a fact.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Thanks for calling.
So
good to hear from you.
You have a good night, and you take care of yourself.
All right. You too, LJ.
All right, boss.
Yeah. Look, I'm not trying to argue. Again, I am trying to get you not to be afraid. Every other news service on the planet says be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. Okay? Got a pick? Be afraid. Be afraid. I am here saying don't be afraid. This is what I have said from the beginning of this COVID-19 thing. Okay, is don't be afraid. Don't let this fear get in you. Be smart. If you're concerned, then better safe than sorry. But this this is what I was talking about earlier. LJ was like, I have a 4-year-old daughter, and these things are happening. I don't know what's going to happen next month, and this is only going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's a good chance it's going to get worse. But you know what? It got worse and worse and worse from the beginning of this COVID-19 thing. And we're all still here. I mean, we're not all still here, but the majority of, that I've been speaking to, you guys that I've been saying, don't be afraid and that we'll get through this. We always do. That's what because for one thing, when you're afraid, it lowers your immunity system. But for another thing, most importantly, is it lowers your IQ. This is, again, you people say, why do they want us afraid? What's the end game here? Well, it lowers your IQ. It lowers your immunity system. They want you to be weak and stupid. So that, again, you turn to strong leaders. You turn to these people, these newscasters, night after night, who tell you why you need to be afraid. So and they draw you in, and they spell it out so perfectly. Look at this, minors with ARs. Okay, this is America. There's people walking around with guns. You can count on that. Again, fear. Look around you right now, in this moment. I want you to just stop and look around you. And do you see anyone right here in your general presence walking around with the AR that you need to be afraid of? So if that's not happening right now, in this moment, in your immediate world, then there's really zero reason for you to be afraid of that. And for you to buy into this thing about what might happen in the future. Why think something negative? You could think, something positive. And it might boost your immunity system. And it might raise your IQ. And it might make you reach out to your neighbor because you have a positive attitude. And you have your head held high because you're not like, afraid of this, afraid of that, afraid of this, afraid of that. From day one, I've been preaching the same damn thing, and you guys all know it. So again, yes, when you called 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and said, if they don't get this under control, we're all gonna die. I said, well, look, man, if you can you get through the next 2 weeks? Can you get through the next 2 weeks? And here we are, 7 months later, and you haven't died, have you? Okay? The world hasn't come to an end. Yes, you lost your job, and that's sucks. But the world hasn't come to an end. You haven't died. Your daughter's strong. Okay? Stop with the fear. Stand strong with a good attitude and move forward, making positive things happen. That's all you can do. If something bad happens, something bad happens. I've said again and again, you can't hide from a 747 with your name on it. Kind of pointing to 9/11 and, hijackers, the 19 hijackers and such. But because that's coming up here. On Friday, it's going to be 9/11. And that should be interesting. So, I have another video for you about driving while black, and also have the DHS video, DHS whistleblower video. I'm going to play that one first, and then we'll play the driving while black video, because both of those are actually important to know about in case you don't already know what's going on with... Oh, I can't play the DHS whistleblower one. That one is screwed up. So I'll play the driving while black one, and if anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. We are... Thanks, Chris! We are... this is going to be my last video, except for... let's see. Except for you're not eating enough marijuana. I know the truth. I can hear the fear in your voices. And I can almost promise you that if you were eating enough marijuana, that would not exist. So you know. Oh, I forgot to play the video.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, hey Marduk, thanks, man. Tell your old lady Mike says hi. Hi. Let's see. I have one more video. If anybody wants to call, now is the time to do it. It looks like the streets are quiet in Portland. Just a few people, which again, if you let them quiet down, you know, if you stop smacking the hornet's nest with a stick, it'll stop buzzing around like crazy. But again, the police, that's what they do. They smack stuff with sticks. They smack stuff with sticks. That's what they do. You know it's true. They smack stuff with sticks. There's got to be a song in that. All right, so here we go. Clip number 7 is about driving while black, which is a thing. In case you don't know, it's not make-believe. It is a real thing. And a little heads up, in this clip they talk about Philip Castillo, I think that's his name, Philip Castillo, a man who died in Minnesota, who was carrying a gun, who was a gun permit holder. Thanks, Chris. Talk to you soon, I hope. Okay, so, and that one's pretty rough. But again, driving while black, which is a real thing.
We turn now to an ABC News investigation conducted with our ABC-owned stations. A closer look at the data showing police in this country pulling over black drivers at a much higher rate than white drivers. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas with our stations and what they found.
Tonight, 60-year-old Julian Lewis is dead because of an attempted traffic stop over a broken tail light. Georgia State Trooper Jacob Thompson fatally shot Lewis in the forehead, claiming that Lewis tried to attack him with his car a month ago.
And he's on by hands of murder.
Trooper Thompson has been fired, charged with felony murder. A judge late last week denying him bond. Driving while black. New data suggests it's more than an urban myth. An ABC News investigation in partnership with our owned stations discovered that in a number of major cities, black Americans are far more likely to be stopped by police than their white counterparts. In Minneapolis, 5 times more likely. In San Francisco and Chicago, 4 times more likely. 3 times more likely in Philadelphia and Los Angeles. For many black Americans, a simple traffic stop evokes fear. Clarence Castile misses his nephew Philando Castile terribly.
Phil did everything he could do. He had his hands in plain sight.
Philando Castile, a school cafeteria supervisor, was killed by police during a July 2016 traffic stop in Minnesota.
Sir, I have to tell you, I do have a firearm on me.
Don't reach for it then. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out.
It was a case of mistaken identity. Castile was not involved in any robbery and had a license to carry a weapon.
He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet.
Driving while black and dealing with law enforcement is one of the most serious and deadly encounters that could happen to a person of color.
David, Mr. Castile was pulled over 8 times in 1 year. Some departments are studying data on traffic stops to make sure there's no bias and looking for ways to improve training. David?
All right, Pierre Thomas tonight. Pierre, thank you.
Philandro. Thank you, Wilco. Philandro Castillo. Who sounded like a very nice guy, very well loved. And his 3-year-old daughter was sitting in the back seat when that cop murdered him. And again, this is what I talk about over and over again. Bullets traveling, bullets ricocheting. You know, if you're that fucking afraid as a police officer, you need to fucking get a different job, man, before you kill somebody else. Because, you know, again, the fear. If you can't do your job without living in constant fear, that's not the job for you. You know, if you're someone who does like these steel beam buildings, you know, where you put these giant steel steam and you're afraid of heights, that's not the job for you. If you're afraid, find a different fucking line of work. That's all there is to it. Okay, so let's see, that's all my clips. I had one more, but I can't get it to work. So we are gonna go to, is the Boo Bear over there? There's the Boo Bear. There's the Boo Bear. There's the Boo Bear. What's happening on there? Let's see. Nothing. It looks like a few people out in Portland. Looks like maybe 100 people there. I can't tell how deep that crowd goes. They're solid in Portland. They're not through with this yet. Let's see. Okay, so I again am out of clips. Let's see. I played the Mulan clip for you guys, and I talked about the big controversy for me was again having Donnie Yen and Jet Li in a damn martial arts movie and not having him do a little hand-to-hand is like just torture beyond compare. Do not see the Mulan movie expecting to see anything from Donnie Yen or Jet Li. Jet Li gets saved by a little girl. That's pretty much the whole movie right there. Jet Li gets saved by a little girl. Spoiler alert. Actually, Jet Li's not. I didn't even know Jet Li was in the movie until the end of the movie when I saw him in the credits. And I was like, who was Jet Li? Because he didn't do any kung fu. I'm like, what's happening? Jet Li is a motherfucking Chinese national treasure. He's the real deal. Ah, Disney. But if you want to see a good Jet Li movie, Jet Li and Jackie Chan in Forbidden Kingdom. Forbidden Kingdom is like a fairy tale about Monkey King. And Monkey King is a Chinese kind of mythology type of god. And it's very traditional, lots and lots of stories about Monkey King in Chinese folklore. And he's one of the favorites. And lots of movies made about Monkey King. But again, Forbidden Kingdom is Jackie Chan and Jet Li, and there's this fight scene between them. And I'm telling you, it's so good. You will watch it more than once. It is fantastic. And if I ever meet Jet Li, I will say thank you so much for making that movie. That was amazing. It's good storytelling. I like, it's kind of kiddish, it's got a real kind of childlike quality to it. I don't think it's Disney, but again, it's kind of a fairy tale thing with the hello, caller.
Yo, Michael, this is Steve motherfucking McClanahan and shit.
And
I'm telling you right now, people are actually calling out Craig currently to do a rap battle with me. And
good luck with that.
and I'm telling you,
you don't stand
I
a
am
chance,
ready.
man. No, you're not. You don't
I
even
am
know.
ready.
You don't even know what you're against, man.
I know what I'm getting into, dude. I am ready for the rap battle. Currently, I will wrap it up in a little bow and serve it up like a little present and shit, motherfuckers. And I wouldn't even wrap him right there. And I'm not. That was me rapping. I am good. I tell you what, Craig don't want no rap battle. That's what I'm saying. People out there donating to my fucking channel, wanting to rap battle and shit. I think Craig's scared and shit. Michael?
Yeah, I think Craig isn't spending a lot of time afraid these days.
I'm telling you, Craig, he's going to have to look back into his old notes about rap and shit, you know what I'm saying? He's going to have to get back in them old notebooks and try to bust out his best rap and
He
shit.
doesn't use notebooks. He just fucking freestyles, man. You don't understand. You do not understand what you're up against here. He just freestyles, and he can do it for hours.
Well, that changes the game a little bit. I'm gonna probably bust out my own fucking old school fucking notebooks and shit, so I can go hard against this motherfucker. I'll be prepared, this motherfucker. I swear to God and shit. I will literally. Where in the fuck is? I'm gonna look for this goddamn. It's probably in the basement and shit. I will find my fucking rap booklet, my album that never dropped and shit, but it doesn't matter. That's the old thing. That is the completely old thing. I don't even know where the fuck I'm going right there. People want people to rap and shit. This is Steve McClanahan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a fucking goddamn prestigious journalist. Okay, I have a broadcasting degree currently. Okay, I don't rap anymore. People, Craig, I'll tell you what, this is ridiculous. We're grown as adults here, and people, they shouldn't be trying to do this to us unless they want to fucking donate, motherfucker. If you want to donate to the channel, I'm going full rap mode on motherfucking Mox News currently right now. Craig, where you at, motherfucker? I will rap and shit against your rapping ass. When you was a motherfucker, you was rapping and shit. You don't know nothing about rapping. I'll be rapping presents like a motherfucker.
Okay, you know, there's more to rapping than just dropping the F-bomb over and over again, right?
No, you be dropping that motherfucking F-bomb, rapping motherfucking presents, motherfucking getting the drink, fucking drinking it and shit. I mean, public self-defecation after that you drank so much and you don't know where to live and stuff. And then you're like, motherfucker, goddamn it, rapping more motherfucking presents.
They
What
call
you
me
talking
DJ
about,
Freddy
motherfucking
Krueger.
bitch? Craig, where you at? Craig,
The Boo Bear Can.
where you at with your hat in the back of your motherfucking mom's Cadillac? Eating that.
Bring up the Boo Bear.
245, 45
Yeah,
ass.
switch
Waterfall
the
one?
waterfall one.
All right.
All
It's
right,
not
hold
very
on.
big.
Right click on it on the source.
You want some?
you wanna do it? Can you do it?
Craig, he's trying to go. He's trying to do something.
Yeah, we're gonna bring this to.
Craig.
We're gonna bring some Steve McClanahan. What's up, Freddy Krueger? DJ Freddy Krueger in the house, yo. What's up, bro? Hold on, I'm gonna show you what's up. Yeah, because this is
we got
DJ
somebody
Freddy
in the
Krueger in the house. You're
You
missing
got
out.
Freddy Krueger with a fucking mouse? Oh, that's cute.
I'm coming at you live here. We're gonna go hard like Steve McClanahan in the backyard. Just wait till I'm ready to rap, because I ain't had nothing like that. Yo, I gotta find the Boo Bear cam. We're gonna switch it up. I'm going live because nobody can. Oh, hold on. Oh my God, that's the blue bar, not the Boo Bear. What the hell am I looking for? Oh my God, the Boo Bear cam. Here, we're gonna go ahead and make a change. I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run you like a pony, Steve McClanahan. You just wait. Oh my God, I don't know what the hell's going on here.
The train wreck. Can
It's
we
a
get
train
the train
wreck.
wreck video up currently?
Give me a minute. No, we don't need your fucking train wreck video.
Craig's been working all day at the pot farm, so he's got his head a little up in the air.
And our phone downstairs is ringing off the hook in the producer's studio. Just a minute. We're gonna go straight on Steve McClanahan style in your face. All right, we're gonna put it right here. Too bad you're looking at the light. Let me see. Where you guys looking? You're looking way up there. All right, I need a beatbox. How we looking? Freddy Krueger, DJ style. Yo, what's up? I don't even know.
What up, motherfuckers? Me and my homeboys up in the chat is here, motherfucker. I gotta give a shout out to my homeboy, fucking Playground of Sound, Wilco's Unheard Of, motherfucking landlords here in a motherfucking house. Bitches.
Are we gonna do a rap battle or what, white boy?
DJ
Freddy Krueger.
What?
You're gonna have a
Shut the
nightmare.
fuck up and let him talk.
You're gonna have a nightmare on my
playing a
street.
rap.
Cause Steve McClanahan, he's down there with your feet. Like the souls down below. He's got nowhere to go. He's walking around in Wichita, drinking beer and chewing on a chaw. Cause he can't drive down the street in his beat up truck cause he's dumb and he's old and he's ugly as fuck.
And can't carry a beat.
He's got no game. He's sitting there at home and he's looking real lame. I don't know what to say because I'm all by myself. I'm gonna have to pop upstairs on the North Pole like the elf on the shelf. Don't even get me started, Steve McClanahan, you fool. Cause when it comes to rap battle, you know DJ Craig rules. Oh, yeah, let's go. Bring me a beat, bitch. DJ Freddy Krueger in the house. And I'm out of here. Bring it, Steve. What you got? We don't have a beat and I'm still freestyling.
What's a drunk Pete
Switch.
in the fucking little fucking studio? Oh my God, drunk Pete
Let me fix that
on
one.
live. I'm telling you, motherfuckers, I don't even know. I love drunk Pete more than you even know. And I swear to God, drunk Pete in the studio.
Drunk
Swear
Pete
to
in the
God, live in the studio.
Where's
Drunk
Pete?
Pete, Freddy Krueger in the studio. You don't even know.
He's got nothing. You got nothing.
You don't even know. I even have, ladies and gentlemen, I even have other than rap skills, I fucking have like, I got those like good parts in the songs where you like have the clean vocal and like it's all like emotional sounding. It's like, you don't even know. You don't even know. We in the motherfucking shit. You don't even know. Craig lost this motherfucking rap battle, bitch.
Oh, let's see what happened. Wait, are we too far over? We are. How we see? What are we seeing on the screen there?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's down here. That's the floor. All right. Well, hey, Steve, we'll have to get some actual funky beats. Is that? Oh, you see my ugly legs?
It's the blanket.
Here, let me know when we're fixed up. When we're lined up.
Keep going. 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 Okay, tilt it up.
Up.
Yeah. There. Little more.
A little more. See, we had to.
Now keep going to the left a little bit.
This way?
What the fuck are y'all doing?
Trying to get Blue Bear back in the presidential dog in the Oval Office.
This is a fucking, like, prestigious fucking goddamn news show, and I'm fucking tired of all this fucking... I am tired of all this fucking...
He's
you know,
under this hot
fucking
studio
goddamn
lights.
bullshit. Like,
All right, I'm going to get back to the producer's desk. There's people calling us.
you're gonna get back to the producer's desk. Like, I'm telling you, what's with all the glitches and the buffering and shit like that? Like, what in the fuck is wrong with that?
All right, we got to go.
Where are you going?
I got to go. I got another caller.
You want to rap? Do they want to rap? I'll fucking rap.
All right.
I'm ready to rap.
All right. You work on
Wrap it up.
You work on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve McClanahan signing off.
All right, bye.
I love you all. America.
Chris.
How the fuck do I hang up this phone?
Here, I'll help you. All right, that was Steve McClanahan. Let's see, what do we got here? Da 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 bop 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 boo. That's my form of singing. I am not a rapper. Let's see. And that's all my videos. I don't have any other videos. You guys have watched them all. You've watched all the drone videos. You've watched the, well, there's a little bit of this video left. But it looks, you know, like not a lot to see here right now. Looks like there's more cops than protesters in Portland. I don't think it's true, but that's what it looks like. Because there's a lot of fucking cops there. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm really tired, exhausted, but I'm physically doing all right. And I've been really busy, and it's been amazing. I'm having an amazing harvest season. So.
Right on. How's that Gorilla Glue?
Gorilla Glue is doing fine. She's still flowering, and everything is fine.
It's getting frosty.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of developing little little round balls on the buds. The buds are forming a little bit. They're like kind of loose buds, but they've got a really nice light sativa color to them. And then the two sour diesels that I also have are also they're budding really nicely.
I thought you said they were males.
I thought they were too, but guess what? I thought one of them was a female. The other one could be a hermaphrodite.
Huh.
But the other one is producing buds as well. Maybe it just was taking longer. But at this herb farm where I've been working for the last 2 weeks, helping with their harvest, I've been just surrounded by thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of marijuana, of 20 or 30 different varieties.
Mm-hmm.
And all I've been doing is, cutting it out of the field and cleaning it up, removing the water leaves, and then drying it, hanging it in a drying room, and then processing it and processing dried buds so they can be shipped to processors. So it's just an amazing smell to be around all day.
Yeah, Craig said they have some really pretty flowers for sure.
They do. They have some really beautiful flowers. Most of their flowers are hybrid flowers. But there's lots of varieties and flavors that they offer. I could give you a list of names, but basically, the names, I don't know. I'm not as impressed with the names. But the flowers, as a person who works with plants, are very unique and very beautiful. So it's like when you go to a flower shop and you look at all of the different shapes of the flowers, like zinnias and azaleas and daffodils and roses. You look at all of the different shapes of the flowers. The herb flowers are like that as well. Every strain has this really unique shape of flower and does a specific thing.
Sure.
So I feel, really blessed this year, not just to get a start from you, which is an amazing thing, but also to be able to work at this farm. And it's been interesting. There's other aspects of it that are enlightening and a little frustrating, but many of the people that work there are, working class people from these small towns in South Thurston County and in Lewis County, this rural area of Western Washington. And I don't know. I just, whenever I work jobs like this harvest, I just kind of get a pulse on the younger generation and their hopes and aspirations, and also the things that they experience are frustrating. And I'm not very optimistic, to be honest with you, about the youth of today. And I can't blame it on them necessarily.
Yeah, you can't expect them to be overly optimistic either at this point.
Yeah, they're under a lot of stress and burden, and they have financial responsibilities. But I also am getting this feeling that they've kind of bought into this consumer culture, and they've bought into just being obsessed with things that I would think are pretty shallow, like what so-and-so said to such and such, or who said what to, this kind of pop culture that's real prevalent in discourse amongst people. A lot of them have bought into that. And I don't know, it's hard to pop a person's bubble when they're really unfamiliar with the terrain, with the concept of, like an idea that you express frequently, like the duopoly, the Democrats and Republicans are both corrupt. If a person hasn't thought about that before, it's kind of challenging to introduce that idea into their brain, in a way,
Yeah.
So that's always part of my program. Wherever I am, that's part of my program. So that's been part of my program at this JOB, and it's been going well. And how are you doing? I was actually concerned about you because of your absence. You just were in your garden, and everything's fine.
I just needed a minute to just relax and not worry about all this shit that's going on. And not it being like a focus. I just needed a minute where it wasn't part of the what I have the focus on. So because again the election's coming up, and it's going to be an insane few months. Next month, the month after, the month after that, and the month after that. I can't be all burnt out and be like I can't do this right now.
A break is a good thing to recharge the batteries, to be focused on what you need to be focused on.
Yeah, because it's going to be very crazy the next few months, and I need to be strong and not all burnt out to be able to get through that.
Great. And how is the garden? How is the garden?
My outdoor garden is about 4 days from getting harvest. I have 4 plants outside. I have these 2 plants that are like the same exact strain, which is called Bubblicious, and one is in a 3-gallon pot and one is in a 5-gallon pot, and the one in the 3-gallon pot is purple as fuck, and the one in the 3-gallon pot or 5-gallon pot is just lime green. So is really weird. And that's what, Wilco tells me over and over again. I fucking hate seeds. I fucking hate seeds. And the reason that he hates seeds is because you never know what you're going to get from a seed. And that kind of proves it. I got one plant that's purple and one plant that's lime green. So
everything at this farm is started from clones. There's no seeds whatsoever. All of their plants are started from clones.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. If you're in the business, or in really any time that you're starting something from seed, it's kind of like what Wilco's saying. Is somewhat an experiment to see if you get anything that's worth keeping, and then So generally, let's say that you're a business and you're starting plants from seed, you would start 100 seeds of the same strain or whatever, and then hope that you find 3 or 4 really good keepers, and then you make all your clones from that.
Yeah, this job has really made me think about the commercial aspect of marijuana / cannabis versus the gardening aspect of it, and it's interesting. Like what you just said is absolutely true, but like I'm really envious of the people who live in Oregon who can buy seeds on the open market, and where gardeners, amateur gardeners, can openly discuss their hobby with other gardeners and share seeds and stories and techniques that they use to grow their marijuana. Whereas where we live, we're not allowed as enthusiasts, as marijuana enthusiasts, to share gardening techniques, and we can do it online or whatever, but it doesn't seem like it's acceptable to grow, in this state because it's illegal.
Yeah, it's not acceptable. I mean, it's according to the law, it's not acceptable. I just got my medical prescription renewed for cannabis. This is my 18th year as a card-carrying medical cannabis user, and I was really, really glad when I got it renewed, because it just makes this difference being, having a little bit of added protection against the police state,
Well, I told you that, like, the price, I mean, everyone's aware of this who lives in Washington, like, other callers are aware of this as well, that the price dropped significantly after legalization. But I have seen kind of a creeping increase in prices, just subtle. I realize that, it's a dry time of the year and the harvest is just coming in and the price is going to drop substantially in the next, 8 weeks. Nevertheless, I saw some herb today. It was like $320 an ounce for the herb. And I realized, not from where I'm from, but just a coworker had some pot that they had bought, some herb they had bought from the store, and it was pretty decent herb. But what the point I'm getting at is that mark of $320 an ounce, it was like $80 a quarter, works out to pretty close to what the black market price was prior to legalization.
Yeah.
So in other words, like, it kind of really destroys the argument that the regulated market was going to provide better prices, and there is better quality. I think there's certainly more variety, but I don't know about the price breaks. It seems to be more like a bourgeois kind of activity at the dispensary. Some of the dispensaries more than the others.
Well, the people that I used to get weed from for $300 an ounce are now selling weed for $125 an ounce, the same weed,
The black market.
Yeah.
The black market.
Yeah.
Exactly.
On the black market. So it has come down in price there. And, I can go to almost any store and buy 3.5 grams for like $15.
That's right.
So... which means $30 a quarter. $30 a quarter, is a pretty decent price.
Compared to 15 years ago or 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, it used to be $80 a quarter, no breaks.
Right, that's right. And that was a price that was set for almost like 20 or 25 years, a real standard price.
Pretty much.
So that is pretty interesting. You know, it's still $10 lower than the price 15 years ago. Whatever. Everyone has their discrepancy. I just think that the way they did it in Colorado and Oregon and in Alaska and in many other states was much better than what occurred in Washington State, where it was just a race for the money and wasn't very much concern about the people who were cannabis enthusiasts for a lot of different reasons.
Or have they been, like, in the last 7 years since it became legal? You know, I mean, and the truth is that I've told a story where I met Senator Murray. What's the other senator here?
Pat Cantwell.
Cantwell. I met Senator Cantwell at a Starbucks, and I asked her when I met her. I said, is the governor going to use this legalization recreational bill to kill medical marijuana? And she said, no, that's not going to happen. And that's exactly what they did. The minute they passed the legalization, a year before they had any stores open, they shut down all the medical stores, every one they could.
And simultaneously, Mike, at that same time, if I recall, is when the state of Washington moved away from control of their liquor and privatized all the liquor in the state.
Right. And
so they
in Washington State,
had a mechanism in place.
In Washington State, in order to buy alcohol, in Washington State, you used to have to go to a state-run store. You have to, in order to buy liquor, hard liquor. I think beer and wine you can buy at the grocery store.
Controlled by the state
right.
for whatever safety reasons.
Right, and
but
then
my point is they had a mechanism in place where growers could have just gone right to the state and said, "Here's our product, whatever. If you're freaked out about it, fine." But they could have distributed it through the state immediately. They had a way to distribute it real easily. I mean, and then
there was a great medical marijuana industry in Washington State. If they had just expanded on that, like Colorado did, they would have been ready on day one from legalization. Instead, from day one on legalization, day two, all the stores were out of marijuana because they didn't let people grow weed and get prepared for the whole thing.
And then the legislature balked by rewriting the initiative and also like sticking in committee and just slowing the whole process down for several years.
Right. And the
governor continues to do to this day.
The last 3 years,
like expunging records and home grow.
Yeah, the last 3 years they've had legislation sitting in Olympia, waiting to be voted on about people being able to grow at home, and they have not been able to get to that vote yet.
It ends up getting in committee, and then it just never leaves the committee so they can have a vote for it in the legislature.
It's disgusting.
And oddly enough, the Democrats control our legislature. So there you are. It's like a bipartisan
It's not odd.
affair.
It's not an odd thing. It's exactly what I keep saying. There is no difference. If it was Republicans controlling it, it would be we would get exactly the same results on home grows.
Well, there were a couple of things I wanted to talk about besides, my job. And there were two people who died last week that had a big impact in kind of the activist community in the United States. First of all, David Graeber died last Thursday. And he was an anarchist and an anthropologist. He was a professor. And he was one of the creators of Occupy Wall Street in New York and was one of the people who came up with the slogan, "We are the 99%. He died in Italy after an illness, an undescribed illness that people were not aware of that occurred for about 3 to 4 weeks. And I did read a little bit about him describing it, and it hasn't been released. His cause of death has not been released. But he said he had a soapy taste in his mouth, and he died after a month of this mysterious illness.
Oh, that's horrible.
David Graeber, Pardon?
That's horrible.
It is horrible. And but he was only like 64 years old. He wasn't an old man. He didn't have any pre-existing conditions, and he just kind of got sick and died. And he was, like I said, the person who created the slogan, "We are the 99%." He also wrote a book called Debt, the first 5,000 years, talking about debt in our country and around the world, and how it has effects on people, how it stops their development, how it messes with people, how it's a form of social control. Debt. His name was David Graeber. He died. Now,
oh, my soul to the company store.
Yeah. So we can remember David Graeber, or folks can do a Google search and find out who he was, but he passed. But it wouldn't have been a big note except for Kevin Zeese died on Sunday night. And I don't know if you know who Kevin Zeese was, but he used to be the director of the NORML, the Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
He also was one of the editors of Popular Resistance. His wife, he ran for a Maryland Senate race as a Green. His wife ran for like governor of Maryland as a Green.
Nice.
And he was the press secretary for Ralph Nader. He also, for when he ran for president in 2004. And this is the other weird fucking thing. He was one of the primary organizers of Occupy Wall Street in New York. And he was Howie Hawkins' press secretary.
Wow.
Well, on Sunday night...
That's quite a resume.
His wife had and there's a lot of interviews with him with really interesting people like Chris Hedges. He's an interesting character. So he had a nice day with his wife. They went on a walk through parks in D.C. They had dinner, and then they went to bed. He had no pre-existing conditions at all. Nothing normal. He didn't say he felt weird. Nothing. And the next morning, he died. He had died in his sleep.
That's messed up, man.
Of an apparent heart attack.
Huh.
So the thing that was weird about that, Mike, was that both of those people were two key figures in organizing Occupy Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
And they died 3 days apart from each other. A professor who's a theorist and an activist, who also was a lawyer and Howie Hawkins' press secretary.
Yeah, he seems like he has quite a resume to be, just kind of dropping off like that.
Now, one thing that progressives really shy away from is conspiracy theories. They hate it, right?
Progressives?
Because...
Do you say progressives?
Well, in a way, like progressive liberals, like Noam Chomsky and Amy Goodman, that milieu.
I don't think I'd call them.
For Democrats.
Yeah, I guess you would call them progressive. Yeah, gotcha.
That's what I call them. But they tend to like shy away from the idea of conspiracy theories being a real thing. But another event happened in my own community last week, and that was. The Antifa activist was murdered in Lacey, which is basically Olympia, where I live.
Uh-huh.
And that was splattered through all my newspapers and through Seattle papers and so on and so forth. And that seems like it was just an execution. The guy's name was Michael Reinhold. He had been interviewed on Vice, which I think has connections to the Clintons.
Mm-hmm.
They're like basically a liberal, progressive, news journal or whatever, a web journal. And they had done an interview with this guy where he had kind of like admitted that he had killed this cop in Portland. And within 1 hour of that video being broadcast, they killed him.
Mm-hmm.
And when they killed him, it wasn't like the local sheriffs here in Olympia or in Lacey had anything to do with this whatsoever. It wasn't our local county sheriff. It was county sheriffs from 3 other counties in Washington state working in conjunction with U.S. Marshals outside of the jurisdiction of local law enforcement who actually murdered this man.
And my real question is why is Trump's Gestapo execution squads not wearing body cameras? Can someone explain to me why cops are going out and murdering people in the streets and not wearing any kind of recording device? Federal cops with unlimited budget, fucking DHS has fucking stockpiles of body cameras that they fucking literally will deliver to any police station in the fucking country within a week. And none of the fucking people who murdered this guy, Trump's execution squad, were wearing a body camera, apparently, so we're told, as far as you know.
Or these sheriffs.
Beyond that,
counties that came up here.
They fired approximately 30 bullets in a fucking apartment building complex where they hit people, random cars. They hit random apartments with people in them, children in them, and again, zero accountability because, we didn't have a body camera, there's no video, so what we say happened. That's all that matters. Fuck that shit. If you don't see a problem with this, you really, really are a copsucker. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You are a cocksucker if you do not realize that this was an execution. They knew where he fucking was. And I read a local Reddit thread in my community about this subject. People who live here who are talking about whatever. And I read a letter from the sheriff's department, the local sheriff's department, and basically they said there was no fucking gun. They did not admit there was a gun. Like, they made an official statement saying, we don't think there was a gun. And there's no fucking video footage of this guy with a gun.
Yeah.
It's basically like the federal cops and this posse. It really is a posse. Like
it's
I said,
an execution squad. It's an execution squad.
We're not from here.
Yeah.
So it would be like, if you lived like where you live, right? If cops from like 2 counties over came with cops from 2 counties over, all coordinated by federal cops, and it wasn't even under the jurisdiction of your own sheriff's department, and they showed up at somebody's house and shot somebody, and for no good fucking reason. Like, why did they have to murder him? It was pretty clearly an execution. Exactly what he said, and that's unacceptable. But Joe Biden, from what I recall, last week, spent $45 million on an ad campaign that was talking about how these riots occurring in these cities is unacceptable, and how he stands with police. And Joe Biden's a guy who stands with cops. He spent $45 million of people who gave money to him to promote this message. So I don't.
Which is exactly Donald Trump's message. So we're clear.
Exactly. So he doesn't give a fuck that this kid was, or this 48-year-old man was killed in Lacey. He doesn't care about that at all.
No.
And if the guy did murder somebody, it really looks like this 17-year-old in Kenosha, Wisconsin, who lives in Antioch, Illinois. It really looks like that guy is, that guy's going to become a martyr, basically. If he goes to jail, and that guy goes to jail, like where I work in these little towns south of Olympia, where I live, I've already heard several workers say, "What about Kyle?"
Yeah.
They're very, very, very supportive of Kyle.
Yeah.
17-year-old kid, and they call him like that, like a South Park character, like, "What about Kyle?"
Yeah.
And I looked at him and I looked at this person who's about this, 5 years younger than me, about the same age, and I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Kyle Rittenhouse, blah, 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 blah. And I said, "Are you talking about the person who took a loaded fucking gun to a demonstration and somehow managed to shoot 2 or 3 people with that gun? Is that who you're talking about? And why, again, do I have any sympathy for this person?" You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't even from that state. He went there looking.
He traveled
He went there
wasn't even a
looking
fucking
for
adult.
trouble. He went there looking for trouble.
With a loaded gun.
And if you go looking for trouble, you're likely going to find it. Okay, so you know, and I see these people in the chat all the time, right? You know, oh, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay, so that's exactly what Kyle did. So we're clear.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he knew what he was doing, but he didn't know what he was doing because he didn't even know how to handle his weapon, right? And it's the same, like with the George Zimmerman thing. I mean, you just can't, you have to, if you're going to be a gun owner, you need to accept responsibility, period. And if you're going to go to a demonstration, a political demonstration with a loaded semi-automatic rifle, I don't know what you're expecting to happen.
Yeah.
What are you expecting to happen?
Yeah, I mean, Craig,
What
I mean,
do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, no, I asked Craig, you know, I said, I mean, the kid traveled again from a different state to go here. And I mean, I literally said, do you think that he was thinking maybe I'll get to kill someone? You know, because it seems like that might have been partially his motivation, you know? I'm going to go there and I'm going to fucking, you know, put myself in the middle of the shit with a fucking loaded weapon. What is it you expect to do at that point other than shoot somebody? You know, so he went there thinking, what? And that's what these gun people don't seem to get. Not that I want to kind of relate the gun people as all one thing, because there's a lot of veterans in these protesters. But these
it's not a monolithic
yeah,
thing, right? I
yeah.
agree with you about that.
The gun people, you know, the NRA types, which are not all the gun people. All the gun people are not NRA types. These NRA types, like Kyle, you know, they seem to somehow have this fantasy about, you know, a gun is going to protect them. Look what it's doing with the cops. All it's doing is making the cops get more and more into precarious positions because they have guns, but the people aren't afraid. Okay? So your gun, and just like with Kyle, those people ran at him knowing he had a gun and he was ready to use it. And because they wanted to, because obviously he's a danger to people, you know, and you have to do something about people that are dangerous, you know, so... Again, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
He wasn't able, just as a perspective, if you're a responsible gun owner, he wasn't a responsible gun owner. He was tackled, discharged his weapon, and killed some people.
Yeah.
You know, that is not being a responsible gun owner. So, I mean, I don't see him as being a person to be respected at all. He should go to jail for manslaughter or murder or whatnot, you know. He committed crimes, and he's not, you know, and he clearly wasn't, and he went there with intent. That's where he loses. I mean, clearly he went there with intent.
Yeah.
And it's sad that he's going to become a martyr by people who can't differentiate between like a troublemaker and and the demonstrators who are actually pissed off about police brutality around the United States. You know, and not recognizing that people are fed up with police brutality and they're in the streets for legitimate reasons. Like the last caller seemed petrified that people would be like in the streets. Why are people going to be in the streets? So they're going to be in the streets because they're angry. Mm-hmm. And this is just the fucking beginning. When people can't pay their rent, when people lose their jobs, and when the economy goes through a double dip recession, or whatever term economists are going to use to describe the suffering that we're all going to experience collectively, well, you know, at that point, there's going to be demonstrations, man. All right? Yeah. People are going to express themselves. You can't have people hungry, people whose kids aren't going to school, people whose kids aren't receiving medicine, and they're not even, you know, they're living in this, like, post-plague world. And, again, it isn't the plague that is causing these problems. Let's get things fucking clear here. It is the lockdown that is causing these problems. These problems, like increased opioid deaths, increased suicide rates, increased unemployment. All of these things are a consequence of the economy being shut down. It is not because of the virus that this happened. It's because governments chose to close their economies down. There's a distinction. So this isn't, you can't blame all of this on the virus. All of these consequences of locking the economy down. For example, this is from Stop the Drug War today, September 9th. It says this, methamphetamine use rose during early days of COVID pandemic, lab report refines. The drug testing lab firm Millennium Health reports urine samples from across America came back positive at a rate of 20% higher in the early weeks of the pandemic compared to the same period before the pandemic began ratcheting up in early March. The increase was particularly dramatic in some states, with meth positive increasing twofold in Nevada and nearly as much in Mississippi. The lab also reported increases in use of other drugs like fentanyl. Quote, all U.S. Census divisions had a significant increase in adjusted UDT positivity rate for at least one drug, except the South Atlantic and West North Central. Notably, the East North Central and East South Central had significant positivity rate increases for all four drugs. The West North Central saw significant decreases in positivity rates for all four drugs, the report said. All right, the bottom line there from that report from Stop the Drug War was more people were using meth during the COVID lockdown. All right?
Yeah.
So illicit drugs, and this also meshes, this kind of aligns with that other information that opioid deaths increased after March and April because of the lockdown. So people are locked up in their apartments. They're all squirrely, right? And then they just start using the drugs more and more, right? That it's like they don't have anything else to do. So like, let's use heroin during the day, and then let's use meth at night. And then meth and heroin rates go up. You know, more people are buying these drugs. So that isn't a result of like a plague spreading around the planet, a virus. That's a consequence of governments locking down the people and putting them in this precarious situation where they experience fear, and then they run to these substances, and then we see these consequences as a result of that. And that was another example today from Stop the Drug War.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I didn't know. That's a pretty big increase in use, for sure.
More people using meth. Okay, last story, Mike, before I go, because I know people are tired of reading, but there was, or as we'll go and say, but there is one other story I wanted to note, and this was from the World Socialist website, but it's about a person in Spokane, Washington, who was a member of the Democratic Socialist of America, who was picked up by cops before a protest against police brutality. And he ended up getting arrested on an outstanding warrant, but in fact, the circumstances around his arrest were kind of bizarre. And this is what is from the website WSWS from Kayla Costa, and she says this from 7 September. Last Sunday, August 30th, a 40-year-old co-chair of Spokane, Washington chapter of Democratic Socialist of America, and just to clarify for people, Democratic Socialist of America is about the equivalent of a Bernie Sanders supporter, all right? Basically, they support Bernie Sanders, and they call themselves Democratic Socialists. They're not communist, for people who are curious. Jeremy Logan was his name. He was arrested by unidentified local officers dressed in plain clothes at a protest against police brutality. He was detained in local jail for 24 hours as federal agents attempted to interrogate him. The incident is a chilling development in the anti-democratic crackdown on protests against police brutality across the United States, in which local police carried out snatch and grab operations previously in New York, Pittsburgh, and Portland. In Portland, these kidnapping-style arrests were carried out directly by unmarked federal agents deployed by the Trump administration. Logan described the events, this is in Spokane, he endured through social media posts and interviews which were verified by 2 witnesses who were present at the time. Around 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at the site of a local rally. He noticed a person dressed all in black approaching him, then looked across the street as 2 men, also in plain clothes, were running directly towards him, one of them with a green vest and a gun. One of the men told him he was under arrest for a warrant in Okanagan County. Soon after being grabbed by these people, a beat-up old minivan arrived with 5 more officers in street clothes, driving him a few blocks away so that a city cop could pick him up to transport him to the downtown jail. None of the men had badges to identify themselves with the department. Logan reported that he repeatedly asked them to identify themselves and was told not to worry about it. After he hounded the police officers to state the cause for his arrest, the city police contradicted the Snatch Squad's earlier statement and said they had a warrant from Chelan County. Based on Logan's admittance that he does have a warrant for unpaid fines in Douglas County and has not even traveled to Chelan or Okanagan for years, there is no evidence of a valid cause for his arrest. So they used this outstanding warrant as a justification to arrest the vice chair of the Democratic Socialist in Spokane at an anti-police demonstration.
Wow.
Right? According to official communications received by Huffington Post after Logan was released, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office carried out the arrest citing a valid felony warrant and alleging that he had made threatening public statements towards law enforcement in the past. The Spokane Police Department took responsibility for his transportation in marked city police vehicle to the jail. He pointed out that the police could have arrested him at any point in the years in which his warrant had been active, but they chose to do so at a site of protest. It is clear that the warrant was utilized as a pretext for his arrest on the basis of his political involvement with the tenant organizing and the Democratic Socialist of America and anti-police violence protest since a close friend was murdered by the police in 2017. The political motivations behind the unconstitutional proceedings were made clear by the fact that local police repeatedly tried to get Logan to speak to federal officers, presumably about his political activity, other protesters, and similar topics while he was detained. And this is a quote. He says, "They were going to try to convince me that something bad is going to happen to me if I don't cooperate with them. And even though I'm scared, even though I'm tired, I know that there's nothing they can do to me. I know they have nothing on me." Thus, Logan refused to speak to 2 federal agents. Quote, and this is what he said to the World Socialist website. He said, "I'd like people to recognize how scary this is. Quote, that I can be targeted because of my political beliefs. They, the police, are hiding behind a warrant for not paying probation fines on an arrest that happened 9 years ago in December. Since when do pigs chase down and throw someone in a van to arrest them for a 9-year-old outstanding warrant?"
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I'm not going to read any more, but there's another part of the story. I'd encourage others to go to look at that story. So this idea of like this person in Olympia being murdered by they didn't tase him, they didn't handcuff him, he's not arraigned, he's not going through any criminal justice process, he's dead.
Yeah.
And this guy in Spokane, this was from September 7th, he was just a political activist who was basically a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Yeah.
Right? Who supported anti-police brutality demonstrations. He gets picked up 2 hours before he meets his friends by people who don't identify themselves by name and agency, police officers, and then it's just kind of dropped off with the local police to be dealt with accordingly. And
getting in an unmarked.
That Kevin Zeese and David Graeber both died of mysterious circumstances within 3 days of each other.
Yeah, it's again. This is the problem with the police state. It just gets worse and worse and worse, and that seems like a pretty major escalation right there.
seems to me like they're playing hardball. And I don't know this, people don't like to, like I said, you don't want to say that like something happened if it didn't happen, because that's like false advertising. It's disingenuous. But I think it's fair to hypothesize, right? Hypotheticals are fair game, I think. If you just say it's a hypothetical. But hypothetically, if the government is willing to kill or arrest political activists before actions even occur, then we're just kind of fucked. It's just a police state at that point. It already is a police state. I'm not denying that. But I mean, it goes to a whole nother level. And people have talked like on Counterpunch, it's a place I visit, but people have spoken there in the essays they post, about a full-on police state, like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it's what I've been talking about forever.
And in fact, like, I don't see any way, like the previous caller said, I don't see any outs here. Like, I don't see like
the people coming
outs.
together
Unless
are the
people,
only
like,
out.
Stop everything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The people coming together is the only out. That's the only out. The people have the
only
power,
out.
but only if they come together. So.
I know, but the people like for example, I'm working with the working poor as I am, and I randomly have just met like 30 people in this subset. And if I were to just quickly gauge based on my experience, how many of these people are politically active enough to participate in any kind of shutdown of the economy, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's like gauging the reality, like on the street level, of like how feasible is a political revolution. And I don't see it happening.
Right, I get that, but it's just a matter of the people being pushed to their limits, and then there isn't any other option. That's what the facts are. That's the direction that we're headed. And it may not seem feasible, but that's because they haven't got there yet, okay? And once they get there, it's certainly feasible. Hey, listen, Chris, I got to go. So it's good to hear from you. And I'm glad that you're enjoying working out on the farm. You think those guys would be interested in, like, Mox News being like a sampling, their wares and showing off their website and shit like that?
I was going to, I haven't yet, but I could pitch to the owner maybe an interview. Maybe.
Oh yeah, that too. That's what I was thinking. Also, is we could do a Skype thing.
I could pitch to the owner if you'd be interested in an interview.
Yeah.
And get back with Greg or you.
Yeah.
Because I think that'd be a great. If he just talked about his farm, I think it'd be a great, 30-minute or 20-minute segment on your program.
I agree. All right, Chris, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, so much.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Craig, as well. And you all have a great night.
Okay.
Peace.
That's our buddy Chris from Olympia. And we do this every Monday through Friday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time. I am back, baby! So I got to go. I got like a cramp in my shoulder here. I got to go stretch out. So thanks very much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days, this war is gonna end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.